For centuries, Morocco stood at the crossroads of worlds. Today, it is trying to become something far more ambitious, the place where those worlds meet. Between Africa and Europe, the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, an extraordinary transformation is taking shape. Ports are expanding. High-speed rail is pushing toward new cities. Factories are producing cars and aircraft components for global markets. Renewable energy projects are redrawing the country's ambitions. Tourism is reaching new heights. And as 2030 approaches, Morocco is preparing to share the world's biggest sporting stage. But beneath the construction sites, the investment figures and the international headlines lies a much bigger question. Is Morocco simply building for 2030 or building a different future for generations to come? This is not a 5-hour celebration of Morocco. It is an attempt to understand what is actually happening, how this transformation began, what is driving it, who stands to benefit from it, what could still go wrong, and what Morocco might become when the spotlight of 2030 finally moves on. Over the next 5 hours, we will travel from the strait where Africa nearly touches Europe, to the factories of the north, to the solar arrays of the south, to the classrooms where Morocco's real future is being decided, and finally to the question that matters most, not what Morocco has built, but what Moroccans will be able to build with it. We will look closely at Tanger and the port that rewrote the country's economic geography. At Casablanca, the restless engine that never quite stops. At the high-speed train that shortened distances and the airports being rebuilt for a different century. At the cars, the aircraft parts, the solar plants and the hydrogen ambitions. At the tourists arriving in record numbers and the diaspora that never really left. At the stadiums rising for 2030 and at the neighborhoods where daily life still moves to a different rhythm. But we will also spend real time on the Morocco that does not make the brochures. The graduates who cannot find work that matches their degrees. The regions that feel the investment arrived somewhere else. The water that has to be coaxed from a drying landscape. The women whose talents the economy has barely begun to use, and the quiet question of whether impressive infrastructure automatically becomes opportunity. The central question of this documentary is simple to ask and hard to answer. Can Morocco turn extraordinary national transformation into extraordinary opportunities for Moroccans themselves? We will not answer it in the first minute. We will let the evidence accumulate, and we will let the question deepen as it does. Let's begin where the story actually begins, not with the headlines of 2030, but with the country Morocco was at the turn of the century, and the decisions that quietly set a different trajectory in motion. Morocco 2030, Part I. The Long Climb Expanded Body Manuscript, Chapters 1-8, Status Labels Used in Narration Notes. Fact completed under construction. Announced target forecast analysis. Scenario Chapter 1. Morocco at the turn of the century. To understand the Morocco of 2030, you have to travel back to a country that, at the close of the 20th century, few outside its borders thought about in economic terms at all. The Morocco that entered the year 2000 was, by the measures of the time, a modest place. An agrarian society with a long coastline, a famous monarchy, and an economy that ran, year after year, on two unreliable engines, the harvest and the phosphate rock pulled from the desert. For most of the decades after independence in 1956, the Moroccan state followed a familiar post-colonial script. The newly sovereign kingdom inherited an economy shaped by the French protectorate, which had governed the country from 1912 until independence. The protectorate built roads, ports, and railways, but it built them for a purpose, to extract and to administer, not to industrialize on Morocco's own terms. The railways ran toward the ports, the cities were organized for control. What remained at independence was a thin industrial base, a large rural population, and an administrative and legal architecture that was French in form and Moroccan only in personnel. The governments that followed tried, as newly independent states across the global south tried, to manufacture a modern economy by decree. Through the 1960s and 1970s, Morocco pursued import substitution industrialization, building state-owned factories behind tariff walls to make at home what the country had once imported. Dams were raised to expand irrigation. A phosphate industry was nationalized and expanded. A small steel and petrochemical complex rose near the coast. There were real achievements, and a generation of Moroccan engineers and managers was trained. But the model carried its own contradictions: protected industries that never became competitive, a public sector swollen with employment it could not productively use, and an export base still hostage to the weather and to the price of phosphate on world markets. The volatility of that base is easy to understate. In the mid-1970s, a spike in phosphate prices briefly flooded the treasury with revenue, and the windfall was spent as if it would last on state expansion and on consolidating domestic political control, including the 1975 Green March that asserted Moroccan claims in the South. When phosphate prices collapsed, the state was left with the commitments but not the income. Agriculture, for its part, remained what it had always been: the silent majority of the workforce and the country's most reliable source of boom and bust, swinging between abundance and drought with a regularity no five-year plan could smooth. The monarchy held the political system together through these shocks, but the economic structure beneath it did not fundamentally change. By the 1980s, those contradictions had hardened into crisis. Like much of the developing world, Morocco found itself unable to service the debts it had accumulated, and it turned, as the architecture of the era demanded, to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The structural adjustment programs of the 1980s and 1990s required liberalization, devaluation, and privatization. Morocco complied more steadily than many of its neighbors. The economy opened. State enterprises were sold. But the adjustment came at a social cost that is still legible in the country's demographics today. A generation that entered the labor market into an economy shedding protected jobs, and a countryside that, for all the dams, remained exposed to the rhythm of the drought. The 1990s, for all the reform, often felt like a lost decade of low growth and quiet immigration. For the young Moroccans coming of age in that decade, the dominant instinct was often to leave. The ferry across the strait carried not only tourists but the country's own ambition, exported one passenger at a time. Immigration became, quietly, one of the era's defining facts, a safety valve for households and a steady drain on the country's human capital. The Morocco of 2000 was, in that sense, a country whose best and brightest were voting with their feet, and any strategy for the new century would have to give them a reason to stay. Then, in 1999, the frame shifted. King Hassan II, who had ruled since 1961, died, and his son Mohammed VI ascended the throne. The transition is often described in cultural or political terms: a young king, a signal of openness, a new tone in public life. But its economic significance is the part that matters for this story. The new reign reframed development not merely as growth recorded in aggregate figures, but as human development. The launch of the National Initiative for Human Development to confront rural poverty, sustained pressure to improve education and healthcare, and crucially, a message to foreign investors and partners that Morocco intended to be a stable, predictable place to build. The monarchy's continuity gave investors something many countries in the region could not offer: institutional durability across decades. The turn of the century, in other words, was not a beginning so much as a hinge. The country that had spent 40 years learning the limits of the old models now began, patiently and deliberately, to bet on a different one. Chapter 2. The geography advantage. Every national strategy begins with a fact that cannot be negotiated: where the country happens to sit. For Morocco, that fact is the Strait of Gibraltar. At its narrowest, the strait is barely a dozen kilometers of water, a slit of sea separating the African continent from the European, the Atlantic from the Mediterranean. Through it passes a disproportionate share of the world's seaborne trade. the tankers and container ships moving between the great ports of northern Europe and the markets of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Whoever controls or simply sits beside that passage holds a position that geography itself conferred. Morocco sits beside it. At the closest point, Europe is not a continent away. It is a short crossing, visible on a clear day, a ferry ride measured in hours rather than flight times. This is not a new realization. The land that is now Morocco has been a crossroads for 3,000 years. Phoenician and Carthaginian traders, Roman provinces, the Arab-Islamic expansion from the east, and the trans-Saharan caravans that carried gold and salt northward to the Mediterranean world. In the Middle Ages, powerful North African dynasties, the Almoravids and the Almohads, ruled both shores of the strait at once, projecting African power onto the Iberian Peninsula and treating the water not as a border but as an internal lake. The strait has thus been, by turns, a civilizational frontier, a channel of conquest, and in the modern era, one of the world's great energy and container choke points, with oil and gas shipping threading past it toward Europe. That proximity is also a daily, human fact. The strait is the busiest migration frontier of its kind, a place where aspiration, inequality, and geography collide, and where Spain's enclaves at Ceuta and Melilla sit as enduring reminders that the border between Africa and Europe is also a line drawn through Moroccan soil. For Morocco, the strait is therefore both invitation and exposure, a gateway to trade and a leak of its own young talent, a symbol of closeness and of the widening that development is meant to close. The endowment is broader than the strait. Morocco holds the largest reserves of phosphate rock on the planet, the backbone of fertilizers, and therefore of global food supply. It commands Atlantic and Mediterranean coastlines on the same compact territory. It has coastal plains suited to industry and export agriculture, mountain systems that capture what rain there is, and in the south, some of the best solar and wind profiles anywhere on Earth. It shares a time zone and, in practical terms, a neighborhood with the European Union, its largest trading partner. Nor is the advantage confined to the northern strait. South of the Atlas, the country opens onto the deep Atlantic and onto the edge of the Sahara, and it is in that south that Morocco's second geographical gift lies. The same aridity that makes water the country's perennial anxiety also makes it, paradoxically, a candidate for the energy systems of the future. Sustained sunlight and steady coastal wind that rank among the best on the planet. The geographers call it a sunbelt position. The planners call it the basis for a green hydrogen ambition. Geography, in other words, handed Morocco two cards, a gate in the north and a power plant in the south, and the question of the century is whether it can play both. The geopolitical reading is straightforward. In an age when supply chains are being re-examined for their fragility, a stable, pro-Western, lower-cost platform sitting at the northwestern corner of Africa, within a day's shipping of the great European consumer markets, is not merely a country. It is a piece of infrastructure for the global economy. The question Morocco has spent 20 years answering is whether it could build the ports, roads, and factories to make that geographical destiny real. Everything else in this story follows from that decision. Chapter 3. The long-term bet. There is a particular kind of ambition that small and medium powers can rarely afford and large ones rarely sustain. The bet placed decades before the payoff. Morocco's wager in the early 2000s was precisely this: a patient, capital-intensive, almost countercyclical conviction that geography plus stability plus disciplined execution could turn the country into a manufacturing and logistics platform for Europe and Africa alike. The intellectual lineage is worth naming. Economists who study late industrializers, the countries that industrialized after the pioneers, from Germany and the United States in the 19th century to South Korea and Taiwan in the 20th, have long argued that the latecomers' advantage is not imitation but leapfrogging, borrowing technology, attracting capital that has elsewhere matured, and building institutions designed for export from the outset rather than for import substitution. The economic historian Alexander Gershenkrin, writing on exactly this problem, stressed that backwardness could become an advantage only when a strong coordinating hand, a state, a bank, a plan, mobilized the capital and the will that spontaneity could not. Morocco's answer was to refuse the short horizon. The decision to build Tanger Med, the port complex that would eventually become the anchor of the entire strategy, was taken years before a single container moved through it. The free zones, the automotive plants, the aerospace clusters, these were not spontaneous private investments that the state merely welcomed. They were solicited, subsidized, and scaffolded by a state that had decided, deliberately, to integrate Morocco into global value chains as a Tier 1 location rather than a low-cost backwater. The sectors were chosen with intent, automotive and aerospace, because they are capital-intensive, supplier-dense, and demanding of quality and logistics. Exactly the industries that, once planted, are hard to uproot and rich in spillovers. The theoretical danger Morocco was explicitly trying to avoid is the assembly shed trap, the low-value workshop that imports nearly everything it touches and exports only the final bolt, capturing little of the value and none of the capability. The counterweight in the late industrializer playbook is forced local integration, requiring and incentivizing suppliers to set up beside the assemblers so that engineering, components, and eventually design migrate to the host country. Morocco's automotive strategy is explicitly built around rising local integration targets for the end of the decade, ambitions, to be precise, not yet accomplishments, and the aerospace cluster's roughly 40% local integration is offered as evidence the approach can work. Whether the targets are met will decide whether Morocco joined the ranks of genuine industrializers or merely hosted their factories. This is where the comparison with neighbors is instructive. Tunisia, in the same period, built a respectable but smaller electronics and textiles export base, constrained by the scale of its market and the depth of its later crises. Egypt, with far greater scale, struggled to convert size into consistent manufacturing export momentum. Morocco's choice was narrower and more focused. Rather than spread incentives across everything, it concentrated on a few anchor industries and built the infrastructure to make them competitive. The bet was not that any single factory would transform the country, but that a critical mass, assembled over a generation, would. And this is where the 1999 throne transition matters again. A monarchy that does not face elections every few years can commit to a project whose returns arrive beyond any single government's term. That durability is not merely political symbolism. It is a material advantage in infrastructure finance, where investors price the risk of a strategy being abandoned by the next administration. Morocco offered the opposite of that risk, a continuity that let it sign the long contracts and sink the long capital. The logic was cumulative and self-reinforcing. Build the port and shipping lines will call. Attract one automaker, and its suppliers will follow. Train the engineers, and the next investor finds the talent already there. Whether the bet has fully paid off is a question for the labor market, where the returns have been uneven. But the shape of the wager is clear, and it is unlike the stop-start industrial policies of many of Morocco's peers. Chapter 4. ROADS before headlines. The first rule of the Moroccan strategy was unglamorous. Build the roads before the world arrives to use them. Connectivity was treated not as a byproduct of development, but as its precondition, the quiet scaffolding beneath every factory, port, and tourist arrival that would later make the headlines. The centerpiece of that logic is the high-speed rail line known as Al Borak. It is operational today, linking Tangier to Casablanca by way of Kenitra and Rabat, and it stands as the first high-speed railway in Africa. Its significance is less the speed itself than what it represents, a state willing to lay concrete and steel for a future it believed was coming, and to absorb the technology transfer that came with it. The line was built with French high-speed expertise, planting railway engineering capacity on Moroccan soil. Beyond it lies an extension that is still to be built, a future line running roughly 430 kilometers from Kenitra to Marrakesh, designed for speeds up to around 320 kilometers per hour. That segment is announced, and in planning, not yet a train you can board. The distinction matters, because the strategy is as much about what is being built next as what already runs. Al Borek is the visible tip of a broader decision to knit the country together. A national highway network was expanded over the same years to shrink the distance between the Atlantic coast, the interior, and the south, part of a deliberate philosophy of aménagement du territoire, or territorial planning, aimed at preventing growth from pooling entirely in the Casablanca-Tangier corridor, while the interior and the south lagged. The premise was that connectivity is not a luxury but the tax you pay for a single, functioning economy. A farmer who can reach a cold storage hub, a worker who can commute to a zone, a tourist who can drive coast to coast. The philosophy was explicitly countercyclical. Where a private operator waits for traffic to justify a road, the state built the road to create the traffic, betting that connectivity itself is the product being sold, and that the returns would arrive as investment followed the asphalt. This is a more expensive and more courageous logic than it sounds, because it front-loads the cost and back-loads the benefit, and it depends entirely on the credibility of the state's commitment. It is also why the financing of the pipeline matters. Every dirham sunk into a road ahead of demand is a dirham borrowed against a future that must, eventually, arrive. Air connectivity follows the same logic. The National Airports Authority, ONDA, has laid out a 2025-2030 investment framework of around 38 billion dirhams, with Mohammed V Airport in Casablanca positioned as the central hub. The ambition is to handle the flows that the country's larger ambitions, tourism, investment, diaspora, will demand. None of this is decorative. A tourist who cannot land, a component that cannot reach the line, a commuter who cannot cross the city. These are the small frictions that quietly cap a country's ceiling, and Morocco set out to remove them in advance. The scale of the broader infrastructure push is captured in an estimate from the International Monetary Fund, which puts the country's connectivity and tourism infrastructure pipeline between 2024 and 2030 at roughly 190 billion dirhams, about 11.9% of 2024 GDP. It is an estimated pipeline, not money already spent, and the IMF is careful to note that the eventual gains will be reduced by the import content of the construction, by the crowding out of other public spending, and by the financing burden the projects carry. That caveat is the honest half of the story. Building first is wise, but it is not free, and the bill arrives regardless of whether the passengers and containers show up on schedule. The discipline will be in financing the bet without mortgaging the future that the bet is meant to build. What is striking, though, is the sequencing. Most countries wait for demand and then scramble to catch up. Morocco chose to get ahead of it, to lay the tarmac, the track, and the terminal before the headline events, the tournaments, and the investment waves made the need undeniable. By the time the world noticed, the roads were already there. Chapter 5. The reinvention of Tanger. If any single city tells the story of the Moroccan bet, it is Tangier. And to appreciate what it has become, you have to understand what it was allowed to be, and then what it was allowed to decay into before it was rebuilt. For more than 3 decades in the 20th century, Tangier was not quite Moroccan in the ordinary sense. From 1923 to 1956, it existed as an international zone, administered under a multinational convention by the consuls of several European powers and others, a sliver of territory governed by a kind of diplomatic consensus rather than by any single sovereign. It had its own fiscal regime, a cosmopolitan currency arrangement, and a status that made it a low-tax port, a haven for capital and for characters, a magnet for writers and spies. The Tangier of that era, the one remembered by the novels of Paul Bowles, by visitors such as Jean Genet, by the whole Bohemian mythology of the mid-century, was cosmopolitan, unruly and economically weightless in the way that tax havens often are. It lived off its immunity. When Morocco regained full control after independence, the immunity vanished, and with it much of the city's race and dare. The international businesses left or were absorbed. The port, never built for the container age, declined. For a generation, Tangier became a kind of forgotten outpost, a beautiful, melancholic city on a promontory, famous to tourists for its Medina and its light, but economically stranded between a Europe it could see and a Morocco whose center of gravity had shifted south to Casablanca. The literary fame outlasted the economic function. The city became a postcard of its own former self. The reinvention began when the state decided to do the one thing the international zone never had: build real industry beside the water. The creation of a dedicated free zone, the arrival of a major Renault plant, and above all the construction of the Tanger Med port complex transformed the city's arithmetic. Where Tangier had once lived on exemption, it now lives on throughput. The zones around the port host more than 1,500 companies. The summer crossing of the Moroccan diaspora, the Marhaba operation that brings hundreds of thousands of families home from Europe each year, moved roughly 3.05 million passengers through the region in 2024, a human tide that is itself a measure of how thoroughly Tangier has become the front door between two continents. The turning point was not a single investment but a change in category. Tangier stopped being a place you visited and started being a place you built in. The free zone offered not the old immunity from tax, but something more durable, a streamlined, rules-based environment where a global manufacturer could operate with the predictability it demanded. That reframing mattered more than any one factory. It told the world that Tangier's advantage was now institutional, not accidental. The Medina still draws the painters. The cranes now draw the engineers. The city learned to be both at once. Tangier's reinvention is also a story about memory. The city the writers immortalized was a place of beautiful stagnation. The city that emerged from the free zone is a place of relentless motion. Some residents mourn the loss of the old languor, the cafe-sitting cosmopolitanism that defined the international zone. But the deeper continuity is sturdier than nostalgia suggests. Tangier has always been a city defined by the strait, by the crossing, by the meeting of worlds. The cranes and the containers are simply the modern grammar of that ancient vocation. The difference is that this time the crossing is bidirectional, not only Moroccans leaving, but capital, companies, and tourists arriving. The shift is not merely economic, it is psychological. A city that spent the second half of the 20th century as a footnote rediscovered itself as a gateway. The light that once drew painters now falls on gantry cranes. The reinvention of Tangier is, in miniature, the entire Moroccan thesis. Take a place defined by what it lacked, and give it the infrastructure to become what geography always suggested it could be. The international zone faded. The industrial zone replaced it, and this time the exemption was not from taxes but from the limits that had held the city back. Chapter 6. Tanger Med, the instrument of Tangier's reinvention, and arguably of the whole Moroccan strategy, is Tanger Med. To stand at its keys is to see the abstraction of geographical advantage, rendered as concrete and steel. By 2020, the port complex handled just over 10.24 million 20-foot equivalent units. Containers, in plain terms, a figure up 18.8% on the previous year. It runs 4 container terminals with a nominal capacity of around 9 million TEUs, and it moves, in a normal year, more than 500,000 trucks across the strait, with truck traffic in 2024 rising 8.1%. On the strength of its own stated positioning, it is described as the leading container port complex in Africa and the Mediterranean within its regional framing, a claim the port's operators make and defend on the basis of its throughput and its geography. But Tanger Med is not only a box port, it is also a vehicle port, and here the industrial strategy becomes visible. In 2024, its vehicle terminals handled just over 600,000 vehicles, roughly 368,800 from Renault and its SOMACA operations, about 170,500 from Stellantis, with the remainder split between transshipment and imported vehicles. This is the port doing double duty, moving the cars that Morocco builds, not merely the goods that pass through it. The complex sits at the confluence of the country's two largest automotive investors, and the mathematics of the place is the mathematics of the national bet. Build the cars here, ship them from here. To here Europe is 20 minutes of water away. The deeper role is as a relay. A portion of the containers moving through Tanger Med are transshipped, taken off one vessel and loaded onto another, making the port a hinge in the Asia-Europe trade lane rather than merely a destination. That transshipment function is what places it in direct competition with the established Mediterranean giants: Valencia, Barcelona, Algeciras on the Spanish side, Port Said on the Egyptian, the great hubs that have long handled the relay of world commerce. The comparison with those established ports is the honest measure of the achievement. Valencia and Algeciras did not appear overnight. They are the product of decades of European integration and investment. That Tanger Med entered their league at all is a function of two things: a deliberate greenfield build to the highest specification, and a captive industrial base generating real cargo. The risk, equally clear, is that transshipment volume is fickle. It follows the routing decisions of global shipping alliances and can shift with a single merger or canal closure. Tanger Med's durability will depend on keeping the industrial cargo growing faster than the relay traffic it cannot control. Behind the terminals lies the part that makes the throughput possible: the industrial and logistics zones, where those more than 1,500 companies operate, many of them suppliers feeding the automotive and aerospace clusters. A port is only as valuable as what surrounds it. Tanger Med's planners understood that the cargo had to be generated nearby, not merely transshipped from elsewhere. The gamble was that by co-locating manufacturing and shipping, Morocco could capture not just the handling fee but the value added: the wages, the supplier contracts, the engineering capacity. The supplier ecosystem is the quiet hero of this story. A container port can be built with financing and concrete. A supplier base has to be grown firm by firm, over years of coaxing multinational Tier 1 and Tier 2 firms to localize. The fact that more than 1,500 companies now operate in the zones is the result of that patient cultivation, and it is what separates a transit port from an industrial platform. The unfinished business is quality and depth, moving from assembling imported components to producing them, and from following foreign engineering to contributing to it. That is the difference between a port that handles Morocco's trade and a cluster that generates Morocco's capabilities. The depth of that local integration remains a work in progress. The dossier records the country's automotive integration ambitions as targets for the end of the decade rather than accomplished facts. But the core insight is already proven. A port built ahead of its own demand, in the right place, with the right industries beside it, can redraw a country's position on the map. Tanger Med did not wait for Tangier to become important. It made Tangier important. Chapter 7. Casablanca. If Tangier is the front door, Casablanca is the engine room. And like Tangier, its shape was decided by a deliberate act of planning, though of a very different kind. Casablanca was remade by the French protectorate into the economic capital of the country. The defining instrument was the urban plan drawn up by the architect Henry Prost in the interwar years, which imposed a modernist grid on the growing city and, critically, separated the new European city from the old Medina. That act of zoning, the functional separation of districts, the broad boulevards, the port engineered for commerce, created the bones of a 20th-century metropolis. It also created the fault lines. The Medina was preserved and contained. The new city was built to administer and to trade. The patterns of who lived where and what was built where outlived the protectorate by generations. The result is a city that functions as the country's financial and industrial heart: the stock exchange, the headquarters, the banks, the manufacturing belt along the coast, and Mohammed V Airport, the central hub of the national aviation system under the ONDA framework. Casablanca generates a disproportionate share of national output and draws a disproportionate share of the country's ambition. Its port is one of the busiest on the African Atlantic coast. Its skyline is the nearest thing Morocco has to a statement of intent. What makes Casablanca's role distinctive is the division of labor with Rabat. The political capital was fixed in Rabat, but the economic gravity stayed in Casablanca, a separation of powers and money that few capitals replicate, and one that has let the city grow as a commercial organism largely on its own commercial logic. But the colonial plan's legacy is also visible in the city's edges. The peripheral neighborhoods, the sprawling quarters that grew up outside the planned city as rural migrants arrived faster than housing or infrastructure could absorb them, are where the promises of the national strategy meet their limits. A city planned for administration and commerce was not planned for the millions who came to it seeking work. The colonial plan's signature move, separating the Medina from the Ville Nouvelle, solved a 1920s administrative problem and created a 21st century spatial one. The old city was preserved as a contained heritage object, while the new city grew outward with no plan for the informal settlements that followed. Casablanca today is thus three cities in one: the planned boulevards, the preserved Medina, and the unbounded periphery, and the national economy runs on the first while the demographics live in the third. Closing that gap is less a construction problem than a governance one, and it is the quiet counterweight to every headline about Moroccan growth. The numbers of that divide are not written in the boulevards, but in the commute. The peripheral quarters grew faster than the planned city ever anticipated, and the daily movement of people from the banlieues to the center is one of the largest unpriced costs in the Moroccan economy: hours lost, opportunities constrained, potential deferred. A port can be world-class, and a quarter can still be stranded a half-hour away in every dimension that matters. Casablanca's test, then, is not whether it can generate wealth, it has proven that, but whether the wealth can be made to circulate beyond the boulevards the colonial plan drew a century ago. To read Casablanca is to read the whole Moroccan condition in one place: a colonial-built skeleton repurposed with remarkable energy, a genuine engine of growth, and a reminder that infrastructure alone does not distribute its benefits. The boulevards were drawn a century ago. What Morocco has added since is the question of who gets to move freely along them. The ONDA investment framework that reinforces Mohammed V as the national hub is, in this sense, both a vote of confidence in Casablanca and a recognition that the city must keep absorbing the country's ambition without breaking. Chapter 8. The new Moroccan ambition. By the mid-2020s, the long bet had produced something measurable. Official Moroccan figures released in mid-2026 put 2025 real growth at roughly 4.9%. The multilateral forecasters, writing in the same period, clustered just above 4%, the World Bank near 4.2%, the IMF's article IV review closer to 4.4%. Forecasts, not certainties, and all of them early or mid-2026 vintages. But the direction was, for a lower middle-income country, notable. The ambition now wears a date. On 11 December 2024, FIFA appointed Morocco, Portugal, and Spain as co-hosts of the 2030 World Cup, with commemorative centenary matches to be played in Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. Morocco is a co-host, not a bidder awaiting news, and the tournament will touch 6 of its cities: Rabat, Casablanca, and Ben Slimane, Tanger, Marrakesh, Fez, and Agadir. Months earlier, the country had staged the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, held from late December 2025 into mid-January 2026, a retrospective test of its stadiums, transport, and organizational capacity rather than a future promise. The two events together signal a country confident enough to invite the world to watch. The sectors underneath the confidence are real. Tourism reached 17.4 million arrivals in 2024, up 20% on the prior year, split between roughly 8.8 million foreign visitors and 8.6 million from the Moroccan diaspora. Official communications in mid-2026 pointed to nearly 20 million in 2025, including the diaspora, with a roadmap target of around 26 million by 2030. A target, to be clear, not a projection. Automotive exports ran at about 93.7 billion dirhams in the first half of 2026, up 17.4%. Total goods and services exports rose 12.2%, travel receipts 15.9%, and diaspora receipts 9.9%, with foreign direct investment described as strong. These are first half, not full year, figures. Aerospace counts more than 147 companies and over 20,000 jobs with around 40% local integration, showcased at the 2024 Marrakesh Air Show. A major Safran aircraft engine complex in Nouakchott began construction in October 2025 and was, at the time of writing, under construction rather than in operation. Renewables rest on the Norwaz Azate solar flagship, and a Morocco offer framework for green hydrogen has drawn initial projects, an opportunity whose execution risks the dossier is careful to name alongside its promise. Digital Morocco 2030 sets strategic targets of around 240,000 jobs and large-scale skills training. The World Bank approved $650 million across 2 programs in June 2026 for digital transformation and climate and cyber resilience. And yet the ambition is shadowed by the realities the headline numbers obscure. Unemployment under the older methodology sat near 13% in 2025, with youth unemployment for those 15 to 24 around 37%, and graduate unemployment near 19%. A new labor survey introduced in 2026 changed definitions and is not directly comparable, but it recorded a national participation rate of 42.2% in the second quarter of 2026, 66.5% for men, just 18.1% for women. And the Statistics Agency warns against reading the 2 methodologies as continuous. Roughly 1 in 3 young people aged 15 to 29 may be neither employed, in education, nor in training, with the burden falling hardest on young women. Female labor force participation, at around 18 to 19%, remains less than a third of men's. Water tells a similar story of fragility beneath growth. Renewable water per person fell from roughly 2,560 cubic meters in 1960 to about 620 by 2020. Improved rainfall in 2025 and 2026 led the government, in January 2026, to declare the country emerged from a 7-year drought, with dams refilling, but no single good season ends structural scarcity, and desalination, transfers, and efficiency programs continue. The 2024 census counted 36,828,330 people. Multidimensional poverty declined between 2014 and 2024, yet officials caution against a 2-speed country of thriving coasts and lagging interiors. Set against the late industrializing peers, Morocco's path is its own. Turkey built a far larger manufacturing and export base on the back of a big domestic market and a long customs relationship with Europe. Vietnam rode a tidal wave of relocated Chinese production into global supply chains a generation after Morocco's own opening. Poland captured the dividend of European Union membership and cohesion funding. Morocco had none of those exact advantages. No huge home market, no EU membership, no late 1990s FDI surge of that magnitude. What it had was stability, a monarchy able to hold a long horizon, proximity to Europe, and phosphate wealth to partially finance the bet. The World Bank has modeled the potential for up to 1.7 million additional jobs by 2035, a modeled potential, not a promise, which is precisely the gap the new ambition must close if the boulevards and the cranes are to mean something for the young person still looking across the strait. The new Moroccan ambition, then, is not a slogan. It is a sovereign decision to define the country's place on its own terms, as host, as hub, as bridge, and to carry in the same hand both the infrastructure it has built and the inequalities it has not yet solved. End of part I expanded body manuscript Chapter 9, From Importing Cars to Building Them. DEPDD. The Moroccan car story does not open with a factory anyone would call world-class. Opens, as these stories so often do across the global south, with crates. In the years after independence, the national motor industry was an exercise in final stage fitting. Vehicles designed and engineered in Europe arrived in pieces, completely knocked-down kits, packed into containers, and Moroccan workers assembled them, welding shells, hanging doors, laying harnesses, trimming cabins. The badges on the bonnets read Renault, Peugeot, Fiat. The engineering knowledge behind them was not Moroccan at all. Behind a protected trade regime, tariffs kept finished foreign cars expensive, and a handful of assembly lines served a sheltered home market. For decades, this was the shape of the sector, consumption wearing the costume of industry. The high-value work, engine design, gearboxes, complex stampings, electronics stayed abroad, and what stayed at home was the labor-intensive tale of a chain owned elsewhere. The institutional seed of that older model was SOMACA, the Moroccan automobile construction company created in the late 1950s as a joint venture in Casablanca, and for a long time it embodied the model's limits. Assembly brought some employment and some know-how, but it did not build a base. Local content, the share of a finished vehicle actually produced on national soil, ran thin. Glass, seats, a few pressings. The country bought cars. It did not, in any meaningful sense, make them. What finally broke the pattern was not one plant but a patient reorientation that took root from the late 1990s, and its roots ran deeper than cars. Through the 1980s and into the 1990s, Morocco, like many developing economies, opened its economy under structural adjustment pressure. Tariffs fell, state enterprises retreated, and the country began competing for exported manufacturing. First in textiles and garments, then in electronics, and only later in vehicles. The lesson of that offshoring wave was practical. What attracted footloose global production was not protection but access to markets, to ports, and to a workforce that could be trained. The automotive strategy of the 2000s was simply the most ambitious application of that lesson, wrapped in export processing zones and investment promotion machinery such as the agency now known as Morocco Now. Two moves mattered most in the automotive case. First, trade architecture, association and free trade agreements, with Europe at the turn of the millennium, later with the United States, gave goods assembled in Morocco preferential, tariff-free entry to large external markets. Second, geography as strategy. The state built Tanger Med, a deep-water port conceived from the outset to sit inside an industrial zone, so a vehicle could be built and shipped without ever crossing a congested city. Layered on top came a methodical ecosystem approach, drawing in not merely a final assembly line but the web of suppliers that surrounds one. The decisive structural break arrived with the Renault complex at Tanger, which entered production in 2012 within the Tanger Med zone. Its placement was the whole point, and its design signaled intent. A large, modern plant, conceived to run on clean power, sitting beside the quay. Together with the older SOMACA base and the Renault footprint already present, the sector's standing capacity moved toward the long-sighted figure of about 700,000 vehicles a year before the most recent rounds of expansion. The later consolidation of SOMACA, Renault taking majority control of the Casablanca assembler in the mid-2010s, was itself symbolic. The old assembly joint venture was folded fully into the logic of an export-led, integrated industry rather than a protected domestic one. And then, across 2014 and 2015, came the milestone that reset the national self-image. Morocco rose to become Africa's leading automotive manufacturer, overtaking the longer-established South African industry in volume. This was no single event. It was the compounding payoff of export orientation, supplier depth, and port proximity turning assembly into real production. The thing the headline version tends to flatten is the difference between two entirely separate activities that both get called making cars. One is final fit assembly, where you import the value and contribute labor. The other is an industrial base, where suppliers, engineering, and retained value accumulate. Morocco has spent the better part of 15 years edging, sometimes awkwardly, from the first toward the second. The Stellantis investment at Canitra is the next expression of that same logic rather than a break from it, lifting its conventional platform from 200,000 to 400,000 vehicles a year, adding 135,000 units a year of micromobility, for a cited combined site capacity near 535,000 units a year, including micromobility, and more than 3,000 additional jobs. The dividend shows up where it counts, in trade. Office Desk Changes records automotive exports of roughly 93.7 billion dirhams in the first half of 2026, about 17.4% above the same period a year earlier. That is a payment received, not a projection. Yet the question this whole section keeps circling is unavoidable. How much of the underlying value stays, and how many of the better jobs are genuinely kept at home? A vehicle factory is only as durable as the supplier cluster wrapped around it, and it is in suppliers that integration and therefore retained wealth is won or surrendered. Morocco has raised the plants and drawn the suppliers. Whether it climbs from assembling to designing, from parts to intellectual property, is the harder half of the narrative. Chapter 10. Can Morocco become an EV powerhouse? DEEPDED. You cannot assess Morocco's electric vehicle chances in a vacuum, because the transformation it is trying to ride is the deepest the automobile has seen in roughly 100 years. For a century, the car was a monument to mechanical engineering, a combustion engine, a gearbox, an exhaust, tens of thousands of finely machined moving parts. The electric car sweeps most of that away and substitutes a battery, an electric motor, and software. The industry's center of gravity migrates from the machine shop to the chemistry laboratory and the data center. The strategic consequences for any nation are harsh and specific. A combustion vehicle carries on the order of 30,000 components. An electric one has far fewer moving parts, which means a country that built its supplier strength around engines and gearboxes can watch whole segments of that base go obsolete. But the battery pack, the single largest cost element in an EV, becomes the new engine, the new strategic prize, and the new gatekeeper. Whoever manufactures the cells, the cathodes, the anodes, and the packs controls the value. Today, that value is concentrated in few hands. Cell production and battery chemistry are led by a small set of regions, above all in East Asia, while the vehicle market itself is shaped by China on both manufacturing and adoption, with the United States and Europe as the other great poles. A long list of countries is now scrambling to be designated the EV hub, parts of Central Europe, Mexico on America's doorstep, corners of Southeast Asia. Morocco is entering a crowded, capital-starved race. China's dominance is not only in vehicles but in the upstream chain, refining, cells, and the minerals that feed them, which means any newcomer is competing against a player that controls cost and scale end to end, and that can sell a finished car at a China price few others can match. One more dimension is the circular economy. As batteries age, value migrates from making cells to recycling them and to second life uses in stationary storage. A country that misses the manufacturing stage can still capture value at end of life, but only if it builds the recovery chain first. Morocco's position is therefore not only about building EVs, it is about whether it can insert itself at any profitable point in the battery's life cycle before that value too consolidates elsewhere. The latecomer's consolation is that the battery is a consumable, and consumables always open a second front. So what does it genuinely bring? Several real advantages. Scale and location first. The established supplier ecosystem, the roughly 700,000 vehicle legacy capacity, and the Tanger Med port that lets a finished vehicle reach foreign markets with minimal friction, and decisively, under trade agreements that strip out tariffs. The EU Association and the US Free Trade Agreement are the quiet assets behind the headline. Energy second. Morocco's expanding renewable base means it can, in principle, manufacture with cleaner and possibly cheaper electricity. A serious edge as carbon border measures and buyer preferences begin to penalize dirty production. Raw material third. The country holds among the planet's largest phosphate reserves, and phosphate chemistry bears on certain battery cathode families, handing Morocco a potential foothold in battery materials that almost no rival possesses. And fourth, the footholds already operating, Stellantis electric micromobility at Canitra, local manufacturer of charging hardware, and the battery ecosystem investments now being announced. But the hazards are not marginal. Battery manufacturing is ferociously capital-intensive and technologically demanding. The chemistry and the patents sit elsewhere. Grid capacity must be both sufficient and clean at scale, and mass EV adoption, if it arrives, loads the grid exactly when households also electrify heating and cooking. Raw material security beyond phosphate, lithium, cobalt, nickel is not solved by phosphates, and those inputs still must be sourced from outside. Global EV demand has proved volatile, and trade policy can redraw the map overnight. European duties on Chinese vehicles or fresh carbon rules change which countries win. There is a subtler trap specific to local integration. In an EV, the most valuable stage is making the cell and the pack. Final assembly of the vehicle is comparatively low value. A country can assemble electric cars while still importing every battery, in which case it has become an EV assembler, not an EV power. The honest test for Morocco is therefore not, are electric vehicles built here? But who makes the battery, and where does the chemistry knowledge sit? Until Moroccan soil hosts cell and pack production, the powerhouse label remains a hypothesis. The discipline this section demands is the separation of three different things. What is already being made? Micro-mobility and charging equipment today. What is announced? Battery ecosystem investments that firms say they intend to pursue. What is targeted? Stellantis states aims of more than €6 billion in Moroccan supplier purchases and 75% local integration by 2030, ambitions, not accomplishments. A pledge is a statement of direction, not a factory. A goal is an intention, not a result. The fair conclusion is that Morocco is an industrial platform repositioning itself for the next automotive era, well placed to attempt the leap, not yet demonstrated to have landed it. The battery is the gate. Until Morocco cracks the cell and the pack, the label EV powerhouse remains a hypothesis under examination rather than a fact on the ground. Chapter 11. Wings made in Morocco DEPDD. If automotive is the loud triumph, aerospace is the quiet one, and in some respects the more striking, because the barriers to entry are taller and the tolerance for error is zero. Around the 2024 Marrakesh Air Show, official tallies counted more than 147 aerospace firms active in Morocco, employing upward of 20,000 people, with a reported local integration rate near 40%. The roster features major international groups, among them Safran and Pratt & Whitney, suppliers tied to Boeing, and partnerships with Embraer. In October 2025, work began on a sizable Safran aircraft engine facility near Noisur. The start of that construction is a verified event. Its full operating status on any given future date is something to confirm, not presume. A building site is not a running factory, and this film will not present one as the other. To grasp why any of this counts, you need to understand how aerospace supply chains are actually organized, because they are the most regulated, most documented, and least forgiving on Earth. Every component on a commercial aircraft must be certified and traceable to its origin. A turbine blade or a wiring loom carries paperwork as carefully as the plane carries passengers. Mandatory quality regimes such as AS 9100 are non-negotiable. A flaw is not a recall headache. It is a potential catastrophe, and the product's working life runs in decades. An aircraft delivered now may still be flying in the 2050s. The prime contractors, the Airbuses, Boeings, Safrans, Pratt and Whitneys, do not build everything themselves. They design and integrate, then distribute work packages through a global tier structure. Tier 1 suppliers deliver major systems. Tier 2 suppliers build components. Tier 3 suppliers make the simpler pieces. A single airframe is, in effect, assembled from parts that have crossed borders many times over. Nations enter this chain not by building a plane but by winning a sliver of a package, and then climbing the ladder. Morocco's entry point was the classic one for a newcomer: labor-intensive, high-precision work. Aerospace wiring looms are notoriously intricate: thousands of individually routed wires, strict routing discipline, flawless terminations, and they made a natural first foothold. From there, the ascent has moved toward machined structural elements, assemblies, and with the Noiseur engine project, toward the highest value tier of all: engine components. The roughly 40% local integration figure deserves a pause. It means that of the value generated by aerospace work performed in Morocco, about 2/5 is sourced or added domestically. Every point of integration is a supplier nurtured, a skill conserved, a job deepened. Yet raising integration in aerospace is harder than in cars, precisely because certification is global and airframe programs span continents. The realistic ambition is not to design and certify an entire aircraft, a generational capability held by a handful of firms, but to keep ascending tiers, from looms toward higher value machined and engine parts, and to deepen the share of work done at home. The cluster effect is what makes the whole thing self-reinforcing. One anchor investor draws a constellation of suppliers, which in turn attract more. And the placement of work is not only about cost. Original equipment manufacturers balance three things when they choose a site: cost, quality, and lead time. And a location that can deliver all three, inside a free zone with trained engineers, becomes a permanent node in a global program. Morocco's aerospace clusters, around Casablanca, Rabat, Tanger, and Marrakesh, lean on exactly that combination, and purpose-built zones such as the Midpark Aeropark near Casablanca have been central to concentrating them. The Marrakesh Air Show itself is more than a trade fair. It is a signaling instrument, a recurring proof to primes that a credible supplier base exists and is worth deepening. The genuine bottleneck, though, is human capital. Aerospace does not run on cheap labor alone. It runs on engineers and technicians who can hold a tolerance drawing and a quality system in their heads at once. The real constraint on climbing tiers is therefore the education pipeline, the engineering schools and vocational institutes that produce certified skills, and whether training scales as fast as the clusters do. Beyond parts, there is the service tier: maintenance, repair and overhaul, the MRO activity that keeps fleets flying. MRO is often higher value and stickier than manufacturing, because an airline that trusts a shop with its engines returns for years. Morocco has begun developing MRO capacity, and it represents the same logic as the parts climb, moving up the value curve by adding capability, not only capacity. The aspiration is a base where a component is designed, made, serviced, and eventually recycled without leaving national soil. The accomplishment is real. The ceiling is candor. Morocco is a deep, certified supplier and assembler inside global aerospace, not yet an airframer. That line is not modesty. It is the map of what remains to be climbed. Chapter 12. The high-speed rail gamble, DEPDD. A fast train looks simple to ride and is brutally hard to build. Begin with the physics because it explains the price. High-speed rail cannot merely run faster on ordinary track. A freight or commuter train drifting along at 80 or 120 kilometers An hour on the same corridor caps the entire line. The fast train is throttled by the slow one. So high-speed rail needs its own dedicated alignment, gentle curves and modest gradients, because at 320 kilometers, an hour centrifugal force and braking distance govern every design decision. The rail is continuously welded to remove the jolt of joints. The line is electrified with a rigid overhead catenary built to tolerances a conventional route would never require. Signaling is continuous and advanced. The Alborec system follows European control standards, so trains can follow one another closely at speed without danger. Stations are engineered for high passenger flow, and the rolling stock itself is a precision instrument rather than a carriage. Alborec, opened in 2018, runs today between Tanger and Casablanca via Kenitra and Rabat, and it was the first high-speed line on the African continent, with a design top speed around 320 kilometers an hour. It collapsed a journey that once ate a whole morning into a little over 2 hours. The significance runs past comfort. It narrows the practical gap separating the economic north from the political and financial core, signals dependability to investors, and proves a capacity to deliver complex, advanced infrastructure. A credibility that makes the following project easier to finance and believe in. Yet gamble is the right word, and the economics explain why. High-speed rail ranks among the most capital-intensive transport infrastructure per kilometer that exists. The bill climbs steeply with tunnels, viaducts, and urban approaches. Whether that capital earns its keep depends almost entirely on ridership density. High-speed rail pays off only where a corridor is thick with travelers, business commuters, tourists, diaspora day in, day out, year after year. That is exactly why the Tanger, Casablanca, Rabat axis was selected first. It is one of the densest urban and economic spines in Africa, linking a major port, the political capital, the financial capital, and the tourist coast. The transformative logic is the network effect. A lone line is a trophy. A network is an engine. The future extension from Kenitra toward Marrakesh, described by ONCF at roughly 430 kilometers with a design speed up to around 320 kilometers an hour, would weave the economic capital, the political capital, the port, and the great tourist hubs into one fast web. But precision about timing is essential. The Tanger, Casablanca corridor operates today. The Kenitra, Marrakesh line is a future undertaking, planned and within the expansion program, not a service already running. Portraying the entire future network as already turning wheels would report a promise as a fact. The financial exposure is the core of the wager. High-speed rail is typically funded through public investment, often with multilateral and foreign backing, and with technology transfer attached, here, French rail engineering. The line then carries operating costs, energy, maintenance, and, frequently, operating subsidies. The operating model matters as much as the building. A high-speed service is usually run as a publicly owned franchise, and the gap between ticket revenue and full cost is often closed by the state. Should ridership fall short, the project becomes a prestige liability, debt service and subsidies that drain the treasury, instead of an economic engine that feeds it. Numerous high-speed lines around the world have opened below their projections. The bet Morocco is placing is that corridor density, plus the economic activity the line induces, justifies the capital, and that the line is wrapped in the last mile it requires. Links to airports, to urban transit such as the Casablanca tram to ports, and to transit-oriented development around stations. Build the corridor and ignore all that surrounds it, and the value is capped. Build it as a node inside a network and it compounds. For a continent with almost no high-speed rail, the Moroccan bet is also a demonstration. Proving the competence makes the next corridor easier to fund and believe. There is an environmental case too, and it deserves honesty rather than cheerleading. A fully occupied high-speed train moves people far more efficiently per passenger kilometer than a short-haul flight or a car, and an electrified line running on a clean grid can be the lowest carbon way to travel a medium distance. But that benefit only materializes at high occupancy and with clean electricity behind the pantograph. An underused line powered by fossil generation loses the argument. The green claim is conditional, not automatic. Chapter 13. Airports for a different Morocco, DEPDD. An airport is not a structure. It is a node in a network, and a hub node is the most valuable kind there is. The economics of a hub rest on the spoke and hub model. No airline can profitably fly a half-empty aircraft between every pair of cities, so it channels passengers through a central node, where connections are made and aircraft depart full. The more spokes a hub supports, the more valuable it becomes because each new route multiplies the others. A hub attracts not just flights but basing, maintenance, catering, retail, ground handling, and employment. Hub status is won by geography and defended by operations. Casablanca Mohammed V sits on uncommon geographic ground. It lies on the arc between Europe, West Africa, and the Americas, a natural pivot for north-south flows, for Europe, sub-Saharan traffic, and for the long transatlantic hops toward Latin America. That position, together with a national carrier built around connecting traffic, makes it more than a gateway. It makes it a switchboard. The competitive field is not empty. Hubs such as Istanbul, Doha, and Dubai have spent years building exactly this role, and a smaller hub must offer something they cannot: proximity, cost, or a captive flowing market, to win connecting traffic rather than seed it. ONDA, the airport's authority, and the state signed a 2025-2030 investment framework of 38 billion dirhams to modernize and enlarge national airport capacity ahead of 2030, with Casablanca Mohammed V at its center. The rigor required here mirrors the rail case. ONDA is the source for capacities, construction status, and schedules, and we will not treat every terminal that has been announced as if it were already finished. A few are finished, a few are being built, a few are approved, and a few remain aspirational. Blurring those categories would mislead a viewer about how ready the system truly is. Why the urgency? Because the passengers are arriving. Tourism reached 17.4 million arrivals in 2024, up about 20%, and approached nearly 20 million in 2025, including the diaspora. The 2030 roadmap targets around 26 million visitors. Morocco is a co-host of the 2030 FIFA World Cup across 6 cities, and it staged the Africa Cup of Nations from late 2025 into early 2026. All of that converges on airports, not evenly but in spikes. The summer Marhaba operation that returns the diaspora, the tournament windows, the holiday surges. The World Cup alone spreads demand across Rabat, Casablanca, Tanger, Marrakesh, Fez, and Agadir, which means the hub question is really a national capacity question, not just a Casablanca one. The planning art includes peak management, spacing matches, smoothing the diaspora return, and pricing that spreads demand, because a hub sized only for the tournament's worst week risks sitting half-empty afterward. The money logic of a mature hub also rewards getting the experience right. Airport income divides into aeronautical revenue, landing fees, parking, slots, and non-aeronautical revenue, duty-free, retail, food and beverage, real estate, parking. At established hubs, the non-aeronautical share frequently exceeds the aeronautical, and it is what quietly pays for expansion. An airport that moves people swiftly through immigration, quickly through baggage, and pleasantly through its concourses is not a luxury. It is the initial and final encounter a visitor has with the nation, and a traveler remembers the wait more than the stadium. Undercapacity during 2030 is the immediate, visible risk. Overcapacity afterward is the slower, quieter one. The planning art is to size for the peak without being stranded by it. Airports are not only about people. Cargo terminals matter too, because the same hubs that land tourists also export high-value goods, automotive components, aerospace parts, and perishables such as fruit, vegetables and fish that lose value by the hour. An airport that cannot handle a cold chain shipment competes less well for that trade. So the airport story is inseparable from the logistics story of the previous chapter. The hub is where passengers, cargo, and the national brand all meet. Chapter 14, ROADS, PORTS, and Logistics, DEPDD. Logistics is the unseen spine of everything else in this film. You cannot see it in a skyline, but you can measure it, and the measure development economists reach for is the Logistics Performance Index. The LPI, compiled by the World Bank, benchmarks how easily goods move across borders and within a country. It rests on 6 dimensions. First, customs, how efficient and predictable border procedures are. Second, infrastructure, the quality of ports, roads, rails, and warehouses. Third, the ease of arranging shipments, which depends on competitive, capable logistics providers. Fourth, the quality of those services, transport operators, freight forwarders, brokers. Fifth, the ability to track and trace a consignment as it travels. Sixth, timeliness, how reliably and quickly shipments actually reach their recipient. A country strong on all 6 moves goods cheaply and predictably. A country weak on one bleeds value at every step. Research links meaningful LPI gains to measurable trade growth, because logistics cost is a hidden tax on every export. Morocco's infrastructure push maps almost one-to-one onto those pillars. Tanger Med handled 10,241,392 20-foot equivalent units, TEUs, the standard container measure, in 2024, up 18.8% on the prior year, across 4 container terminals with a published nominal capacity near 9 million TEU, and more than 1,500 companies operate in its zones. Understanding a TEU matters. It is one standard shipping container, 20 feet long. A port's throughput is counted in millions of them. Tanger Med is, by its own stated regional positioning, a leading container complex in Africa and the Mediterranean, and one of Morocco's most important logistics assets, a claim grounded in throughput and capacity, not a boast about the entire world. The port's deeper logic is vertical integration. Its vehicle terminals moved 600,872 vehicles in 2024, 368,843 from Renault and SOMACA, 170,519 from Stellantis, plus transshipment and imports. Those cars are built in factories beside the very port that ships them. The plant next to port model is a logistics masterstroke. It strips road and handling cost out of the export equation and turns the supply chain into a straight line from assembly line to container ship. That is the LPI's ease of arranging shipments and timeliness made physical. It also marks the difference between a transshipment hub and an industrial port. A pure transshipment hub merely moves boxes between ships. An industrial port sits inside a manufacturing zone, so cargo is born and dies beside the quay. Tanger Med's industrial port model is the rarer, higher-value kind, and it is why the automotive and aerospace clusters and the port must be counted as one system, not separate projects. The same system view applies to the ground between port and factory floor. A container that clears customs in minutes but sits in urban congestion for hours has not really arrived. The 2024-2030 pipeline matters here precisely because it is meant to close those gaps, not only the headline port and rail, but the feeder roads, the warehouse parks, and the digital clearance that decide whether a just-in-time line is fed or starved. Logistics is one in these unphotographed meters. Highways, rail, airport modernization, free zones, and customs reform are the remaining pillars, and they function only as a system. Customs modernization in particular, the move toward a single electronic window that collapses many agency checks into one, is where days of delay are won or lost, and it is the least visible of all the investments. Digital track and trace, the 5th LPI pillar, is the quiet enabler, A manufacturer that can see its container in real-time plans production better and ties up less working capital. Remove one element and the chain slows. A delayed clearance or a missing highway link can strand a factory's components as surely as a broken machine. That is why infrastructure has to be planned as a connected system, not collected as trophies. The IMF estimates an accelerated connectivity and tourism infrastructure pipeline of roughly 190 billion dirhams for 2024-2030, about 11.9% of 2024 GDP. That is an estimated pipeline, not money already spent, and the IMF itself cautions that the dividends can be eroded by heavy import content, by crowding out of other expenditure, and by financing strain. That caveat is the thread to the next two chapters. Logistics capacity is real, but its economic return depends on what it costs to build and what it displaces. Chapter 15. The Solar Experiment DEPDED. Morocco's clean energy story is often collapsed into a single word, NOR. To see why that word carries weight, you have to understand a technology most people have never watched operate. There are two ways to make electricity from sunlight. The familiar one is photovoltaics. A semiconductor panel turns sunlight straight into current. The less familiar one is concentrated solar power, or CSP, and Norwazazade is its flagship. CSP does not use semiconductors at all. Instead, fields of mirrors, parabolic troughs that bend the sun's rays, or arrays of tracking heliostats concentrate sunlight onto a receiver, heating a fluid, often molten salt, to very high temperature. That heat boils water into steam, and the steam drives a conventional turbine. In essence, CSP is a solar thermal station. The sun plays the role that coal or gas usually plays, as the heat source for a turbine. The NOR complex was built in phases, successive plant units extending both mirror fields and thermal storage, which is itself a lesson in how such plants scale and how each phase learns from the last. The reason CSP earns a chapter of its own is storage. Because the energy is captured as heat in molten salt, it can be held and released later. The plant can keep generating after sunset or on demand. That makes CSP a form of dispatchable solar power. It can follow the grid's needs in a way raw photovoltaics, which only produce when the sun shines, cannot without separate batteries. Norwazazade became a global reference point precisely because it demonstrated this at scale and signaled a country determined to lead on clean energy in its region. Solar, wind, hydropower, and more recently, storage together form a substantial and growing share of the country's electricity capacity, a strategic hedge for a nation that imports the bulk of its energy. But the technical caution this film must respect is absolute. Installed capacity is not generation. A CSP plant rated at a given capacity reaches it only under direct, ideal sunlight, and it produces nothing at night without its stored heat. Even with storage, the duration is limited. Capacity factor, the share of rated power actually delivered over time, is lower than the headline number implies, and the mirrors must be kept clean, and the steam system maintained in an arid environment where water itself is a constraint. CSP also carries a higher cost than the sharply fallen price of photovoltaics, so its role is increasingly as firm, dispatchable complement rather than as the cheapest megawatt. The harder problem is the grid itself. Solar and wind are variable, and a grid built around steady thermal plants must learn to balance a flow that rises and falls with the weather. That requires interconnection. Morocco's electrical link to the European grid via Spain is one such relief valve, and storage, and forecasting and reserve capacity held ready for the calm, cloudy hours. A renewable-rich system is not simply more panels. It is a different kind of grid, managed in real time. The honest framing is the one the entire renewable story needs. Morocco's solar experiment is genuinely important and genuinely difficult. It is a genuine achievement carrying open engineering and economic questions, intermittency, storage cost, grid balancing, financing, integration, not a solved problem. A country can possess impressive installed capacity and still generate less than a smaller, better matched system. We will not confuse the two. Chapter 16. Green Hydrogen Opportunity or Hype. DEEPEDED. Green hydrogen is the most oversold frontier in Morocco's energy narrative, and overselling is exactly why this chapter must slow down and explain the machinery. Start at the molecule. Hydrogen is H2, two hydrogen atoms. Green hydrogen means producing it by splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen using electricity drawn from renewable sources through a process called electrolysis. That distinction is everything, because hydrogen is only as clean as the power that makes it. Gray hydrogen comes from natural gas and emits carbon. Blue hydrogen does too, but captures some of it. Green hydrogen is clean only if the electrons come from the sun or the wind. The electrolyzer is the machine at the center of it, passing a direct current through water between an anode and a cathode, separated by a membrane or electrolyte, splits it. Two molecules of water yield two of hydrogen and one of oxygen. The main technologies differ in trade-offs. Alkaline electrolyzers are maturer and cheaper but less efficient. Proton exchange membrane units are more flexible and responsive but costlier. Solid oxide designs are emerging. The dominant cost is not the machine. It is the electricity. Renewable power typically accounts for the majority of green hydrogen's cost, which is precisely why a sun and wind-rich country like Morocco is tempted. But the electrolyzer must also run at high utilization, many hours a year, to amortize its capital. And it consumes water, which is a real tension in a country under structural water stress. Renewable water availability fell from roughly 2,560 cubic meters per person per year in 1960 to about 620 by 2020. And although recent rainfall has eased the acute drought, no single wet season ends a structural scarcity. A green hydrogen strategy that draws heavily on already scarce water is a contradiction the planning must confront head-on. Here is the part the headlines skip. Hydrogen is miserably hard to ship. As a gas, it is low density and must be either cryogenically liquefied at extreme cold or compressed to high pressure, both energy-intensive. So the pragmatic export form is not hydrogen gas but a carrier, most often ammonia. Combine hydrogen with nitrogen from the air through the Haber-Bosch process and you get green ammonia, NH3, a liquid at modest conditions, far easier to transport and already a global fertilizer feedstock and a candidate fuel. The chain then runs. Renewables generate electricity. An electrolyzer makes hydrogen. Hydrogen is combined into ammonia. Ammonia is shipped. At the far end, it is either used directly or cracked back. Other downstream uses: green steel made with hydrogen instead of coke, methanol and e-fuels synthesized from captured carbon and clean hydrogen, follow the same logic of converting clean molecules into something the world can trade. Morocco's pitch is the Morocco Offer framework around green hydrogen, with initial projects launched. On paper, the country has the sun, the wind, the empty land, the Atlantic coastline for export, and proximity to European demand. But the execution risks are severe and must be named plainly. The cost of electrolyzers, the availability of cheap, clean electricity at genuine scale, the immaturity of global demand, competition from other regions, and the pipelines, ports, and storage that are not yet in place. A number of proposed hydrogen schemes across the world have stalled or been revised, and the distance between an announcement and a shipload of ammonia is wide, running straight through the water question and the electricity cost question. The demand side is the part most often left vague. Who actually buys Moroccan green ammonia? The candidates are European industry under decarbonization pressure, fertilizer makers, and shipping lines compelled by evolving maritime fuel rules. But each of those buyers has alternatives and its own cost ceiling. Green molecules must beat gray ones on price once carbon is properly priced, and that race is far from won. Green hydrogen is a large opportunity carrying large execution risks, not a guaranteed future. Morocco is well positioned to try. Trying is not the same as winning. Chapter 17. The Infrastructure Question, DEPDD Part II ends where its title promised, with a question about infrastructure itself. The IMF estimates an accelerated connectivity and tourism infrastructure pipeline of roughly 190 billion dirhams for 2024-2030, about 11.9% of 2024 GDP. First, the mechanics of paying for it. A sum that size is not written on one check. It is assembled from state budgeting, public debt, domestic and external, including multilateral lenders such as the World Bank and the African Development Bank, public-private partnerships, foreign direct investment, and sometimes privatization or sovereign financing. Each source carries a cost, interest, conditionalities, or a claim on future cash flows. Public-private partnerships in particular shift the burden off the balance sheet now, but can lock in steep user fees and rigid contracts for decades, which is its own form of risk. And that is where the theory every finance minister fears comes in: crowding out. When a government sharply increases borrowing and spending, it can squeeze the rest of the economy in several distinct ways. Financial crowding out. The state absorbs domestic savings, pushing up interest rates and making it costlier for private firms to invest, the classic effect taught in every macroeconomics course. Fiscal crowding out. A surge in capital spending competes within the budget against recurrent spending on education, health, and social protection, so a school or clinic is deferred for a stadium. Resource crowding out. Scarce engineers, construction capacity, and imported inputs are pulled toward showcase projects, starving others. And the plain opportunity cost. A dirham spent on concrete is a dirham not spent on a factory subsidy or a training program. The IMF's own caveat is the spine of this chapter. The dividends can be eroded by heavy import content, by crowding out, and by financing strain. Import content is the subtle one. A port or rail line built largely with imported steel, equipment, and foreign engineering creates fewer domestic jobs and leaks more value abroad. Its economic multiplier is lower than the same project built with local capacity. That is why the supplier ecosystems of earlier chapters are not a side story. They are the difference between infrastructure that employs Moroccans and infrastructure that mainly employs foreign contractors. So how do you judge infrastructure honestly? Not by the inauguration, concrete is easy to pour and easy to praise, but by the return. Did the road cut the expense of sending a product to its buyer? Did the port actually generate supplier employment or chiefly shift containers? Did the stadium produce activity once the tournament ended or chiefly photo opportunities while it lasted? These are the tests the logistics performance lens and the Tanger Med model were built to answer. The World Bank's 2026 modeling suggests a strong reform package could generate up to 1.7 million additional jobs by 2035. A modeled potential, not a promise. Realizing it depends on converting physical capacity into higher productivity, innovation, skills, employment, social mobility, regional inclusion, and resilience. And inclusion is the quiet trap. Official discourse warns against a two-speed country, and infrastructure has a tendency to concentrate where it is already rich, the coast and the north, while the interior and the south lag. A high-speed line and a world-class port do little for a region they do not reach. Debt sustainability is the other quiet trap. Borrowing for showcase assets that earn thin returns can leave future budgets servicing interest rather than building schools. There is a political economy buried in all of this. Showcase infrastructure is attractive to any government regardless of strict return, because a bridge, a stadium, or a high-speed train is visible, inaugurable, and attributable to a term in office, whereas the slow work of raising school quality or business productivity is invisible and diffuse. That asymmetry explains why the world is full of gleaming assets whose economic dividend never quite arrives. The discipline Morocco's moment demands is to resist that gravity, to treat each project as a question of return, not merely of ribbon cutting. The metric question follows directly. A government can point to kilometers of rail, megawatts of solar and billions of dirhams spent, and still leave productivity per person unchanged. The honest scorecard is not assets but outcomes. Output per worker, the sophistication of exports, the quality and number of private sector jobs, and whether growth reaches the lagging regions. Infrastructure is the means, those are the ends. Confusing the two is the oldest error in the development playbook. The balance is the real achievement and risk of Part II. Morocco has built impressive physical capacity, that is not in dispute. The harder challenge, the one that decides whether the transformation actually improves lives, is what it does with the capacity once the cranes leave. That is the bridge this film now crosses. Morocco learned to build. The only question left is what it built for. Morocco 2030. Expanded Body Manuscript PARTS III IVV. Final Chapters 1844 Deepened/Complementary Prose. Does not rewrite locked opening or ending. Fact status tags. Part III Morocco goes global Chapter 18. The tourism explosion. A country of many destinations, the first thing to understand about Moroccan tourism is that it is not one product. It is a portfolio. A visitor who comes for the noise and color of a Medina is buying a different experience from the one who comes for a beach lounger in Agadir, or a ski lift in the high Atlas, or a silence broken only by wind in the dunes of the southeast. That diversity is not an accident of geography alone. It is the country's single greatest insurance policy against shock. When political unrest cools one market, a different segment absorbs the loss. When a heat wave discourages the desert in summer, the Atlantic coast fills. A one-city destination is fragile, a many-city destination is resilient. The National Tourism Promotion Strategy has, deliberately, leaned into this, marketing not a single postcard but a set of distinct journeys, each with its own gateway airport, its own season, and its own economic logic. The headline numbers are real and worth stating with precision. In 2024, Morocco recorded 17.4 million tourist arrivals, an increase of roughly 20% over the prior year, composed of about 8.8 million foreign tourists and about 8.6 million Moroccans resident abroad. That 2024 figure was itself a record. The story did not stop there. Tourism reached nearly 20 million arrivals in 2025, counting diaspora arrivals. The roadmap then sets an ambition of roughly 26 million visitors by 2030. That is a target, not an achieved figure, and this film says so plainly. But the numbers are only the frame. The texture lives in the cities, and each city is a different model of how tourism touches an economy. Marrakesh is the Medina economy in its purest form. Inside the walls, the riad, the inward-facing courtyard house, has been converted, stone by stone, into the basic unit of the visitor economy. Hundreds of these buildings have been bought, restored, and let to travelers, generating a parallel real estate market that runs on foreign platforms and foreign capital. The Gemma LFNA Square is at once a UNESCO-listed cultural space and a workplace for musicians, storytellers, orange juice sellers, and the informal guides who attach themselves to newcomers. The souks behind it are a supply chain of artisans, middlemen, and exporters. The modern districts, Geles and the new city Ghanem Craft Industrial Zone, feed the same machine from the outside. The tension is structural. A riad owned by an overseas investor employs far fewer locals than a functioning hotel with local management, and the neighborhood feels the rise in rent long before it feels the rise in income. Marrakesh shows the model working and straining at the same time, and its recent experience with earthquake aftermath and seasonality has only sharpened the question of resilience. Agadir is the opposite logic, the resort model. Built largely after the devastating 1960 earthquake on a grid plan rather than a maze, it sells sun, sand, and all-inclusive calm to charter flights from Europe. Its hinterland, the Souss Massa region, is one of the most productive agricultural zones in the country, citrus, early vegetables, and the argan groves whose oil now sits on foreign shelves. Nearby Tanger and Tanger Med have become global surf names, drawing a younger, longer-stay visitor who spends differently from the all-inclusive guest. Agadir's economy is more legible, more capital-intensive, and less dependent on the fragile choreography of a medieval quarter, but it is also more exposed to the European charter market and to the weather. Tanger is the rebirth story. For decades, the Strait City was a place of departures, a point of uneasy transit rather than a destination. The arrival of a world-class port changed its gravity. Today, Tanger sells short breaks, a restored kasbah, a marina, and the peculiar thrill of standing where Africa brushes Europe across a narrow strait. The ferry link to Spain keeps it tied to the strait's old rhythms, while film crews drawn by incentives and reliable light have made its streets a recurring backdrop. The city's double identity, industrial and touristic, is unusual and, if managed, mutually reinforcing. Casablanca is the business destination. It is the economic capital, the venue for trade fairs and conferences, the home of the Hassan II Mosque built partly over the sea, and the anchor of the Casablanca Finance City project meant to brand it as a gateway to African markets. Its modernist heritage, a legacy of the Protectorate's planning, gives it a distinctively urban, slightly worn confidence. It does not trade on fairy tale. It trades on deals, and on the sheer gravitational pull of a metropolis of several million. Fez is the heritage destination. Fes El Bali is among the largest car-free urban areas on Earth, a medieval city that still functions as a living organism. Its tanneries, its Quranic scholarship, its reputation as a center of craft, draw those who want the deepest possible version of old Morocco. The challenge here is preservation versus livability. A Medina that becomes a museum empties of the residents who make it a Medina, and the pressure of mass heritage tourism on fragile infrastructure is real. And then the extremes, the Sahara, where the dunes at Merzouga and the ergs of the southeast draw the once-in-a-lifetime traveler to camel treks and luxury desert camps, a journey whose very distance is part of the product. The Atlantic coast of Essaouira and far to the south, Dakhla, where wind and water define the experience. And the Atlas Mountains, where Automotive offers the only ski lifts in North Africa, and the valleys offer trekking and a Berber-speaking rural world most visitors never reach. The honest caveat threads through all of it. Tourism at this scale stresses water, housing, and infrastructure. Short-term rental inflation pushes residents out of the centers they maintain. The benefits concentrate in certain districts and certain businesses, while the booking platforms capture value that once stayed local. Seasonality means jobs appear and vanish with the calendar. Morocco's task, and it is the task this whole film circles, is to ensure the money arriving in dirhams reaches the taxi driver, the cook, the guide, and the artisan, not only the foreign platform and the foreign-owned asset. Chapter 19. Morocco as a global brand. The premium of perception. A country brand is an invisible asset that behaves like a tangible one. It lowers the cost of attracting tourists, students, capital, and talent. It shapes whether a multinational considers your city for a factory or a conference. Soft perception has hard economic consequences, and Morocco spent 2 decades quietly accumulating it through a coordinated promotional architecture, through royal diplomacy that kept the country visibly present in the right rooms, and through the patient work of showing up. The components are legible in hindsight. The winning and co-hosting of major sporting events raised visibility on a schedule advertising could not buy. The film and creative industries told Moroccan stories to audiences who had only a postcard version image before. The infrastructure, fast trains, modern airports, new resorts, answered the old complaint that the place was beautiful but hard to move around. A generation of Moroccans abroad became informal ambassadors, entrepreneurs and investors who carried the brand into foreign boardrooms and neighborhoods. The national promotion body and its Morocco Now style campaigns gave the effort a single voice. But a brand can outrun reality, and that is the danger this chapter names. The premium erodes the moment the lived experience falls below the advertised one. A country can buy a billboard in Times Square. It cannot buy the memory of a delayed flight, a broken reservation, a rude official, or a promise of only 5 minutes that becomes an hour. There is also the risk of over-tourism. When the brand succeeds too well in a confined Medina, the experience degrades for exactly the visitors the brand attracted, and the residents who host it begin to resent the success. The brand is only as strong as the last visitor's story, repeated to the next potential visitor. Morocco's challenge is to keep the experience worthy of the image it has built, to treat the brand not as a finish line, but as a loan that must be serviced daily by competence. Chapter 20. The African Strategy. Banks, fertilizer, and the Atlantic Gateway. Morocco's turn toward Africa is one of the most consequential and most underreported shifts in its modern economy. It is not charity and not recolonization. It is a commercial and strategic presence built on proximity, language, religion, and a Western gateway that few others possess. The instrument everyone cites first is the banks. Moroccan banking groups expanded across sub-Saharan Africa over 2 decades, building retail networks, corporate desks, and subsidiaries in a string of markets. Attijari Wafa Bank and the group built from BMCE, now operating under the Bank of Africa banner, became among the most visible African financial franchises on the continent, present in dozens of countries from the Sahel to Central and West Africa. Their logic was sound. Where trade and investment flow, finance follows, and a Moroccan bank understands the corridor between Casablanca and Dakar or Abidjan in a way a distant lender often does not. The BMCE Bank of Africa story is bound up with a well-known Moroccan advocate for African integration whose institution became, for years, a kind of unofficial embassy of the African project, financing, convening, and publishing on the continent's prospects. The second instrument is fertilizer, and here geology does the work. Morocco holds a very large share of the world's known phosphate reserves. Phosphate is the backbone of fertilizer, and the State Phosphate Group OCP has spent years deepening that advantage, not merely exporting rock, but building downstream fertilizer capacity, and crucially, extending it toward African agriculture through industrial projects, partnerships, and farmer-facing programs that put product and agronomic advice into smallholders' hands. This is diplomacy by supply chain. A country that helps another feed itself earns a different kind of influence than one that merely lends. OCP's African footprint, industrial sites, offices, and partnerships is a quiet form of statecraft that no press release could assemble, and it sits naturally alongside the banking push, because fertilizer and finance are the two things a growing African population most needs. Telecommunications, construction, insurance, and investment funds complete the picture. Moroccan operators extended platforms south. Construction and infrastructure firms bid on African projects. Investment vehicles channeled capital across borders. The depth varies by country and sector, and this film is careful to describe what is verified rather than inflate ambition into a continental empire. The strategy is real and substantial, but uneven, a commercial footprint, not a hegemony, and it coexists with competition from other external players on the continent. Its durability depends on whether the presence is seen as partnership or extraction, which is precisely why the fertilizer and food logic matters more than the loan logic. Chapter 21. The European Connection. Asymmetry, trade, and the Mediterranean bind. The European relationship is the deepest economic tie Morocco has, and it is not in tension with the African push, it is its complement. Europe is the largest trade partner, the largest source of tourists, the home of most of the diaspora, and a major source of investment, technology, and standards. Much of the automotive supply chain, the agricultural export machine, the energy imports, and the remittance flow run across the Mediterranean. The framework that governs much of this is the bilateral association agreement with the European Union, in force for years, and built around preferential market access in exchange for progressive opening. The relationship is structurally asymmetric. The EU is a bloc of hundreds of millions negotiating with a single mid-sized economy, and the rules of origin, agricultural quotas, and sanitary standards that govern trade are written to protect European producers as much as to liberalize exchange. The agreement's advanced status political framing promised deeper integration, but the practical friction over agricultural liberalization, over the fisheries partnerships that have been periodically renewed and contested, and over the legal complications introduced when trade covering Western Sahara reached European courts, has never disappeared. Moroccan exporters learn to navigate these constraints the way a small boat learns a current constantly, and with respect for its power. There is a perpetual temptation to frame Africa versus Europe as a choice. It is not. Morocco's strength is precisely that it sits between both and can act as a connector rather than a subordinate of either. The European connection supplies capital, technology, standards, and market access. The African strategy supplies growth, resources, and a long demographic dividend. One is the neighboring investor and relative. The other is the neighboring frontier. No African strategy can replace Europe, and no European link can substitute for the African growth story. Managed well, the two reinforce each other, European standards and capital building platforms that then project Moroccan presence south. Chapter 22, The Atlantic Opportunity. Geography as strategy. If Africa is the southern horizon, and Europe the northern one, the Atlantic is the open ocean, and Morocco's long coastline gives it a western face of growing strategic value. The geography is specific and worth stating precisely. The Tanger Med port complex handled 10,241,392 TEU in 2024, up 18.8%, across its 4 terminals, with a nominal capacity around 9 million TEU. It processed over 516,000 trucks and more than 600,000 vehicles, and served the Marhaba operation that moved roughly 3.05 million passengers in 2024. More than 1,500 companies operate in its ecosystem. This is not aspiration. This is an operating hub ranked among the largest on the Mediterranean Atlantic interface, sitting at the Strait of Gibraltar, the choke point where the Mediterranean meets the ocean and where a large share of global seaborne trade passes. The Atlantic logic extends south along the coast. The southern anchor, Dakhla and the Saharan Atlantic, is positioned as a future pole tying the country's longitude to the rising economies of West Africa and to the southward maritime routes. The aspiration is a blue corridor linking South America, West Africa, and Southern Europe, with Morocco as the hinge. But this framing is being actively pursued, not yet a settled reality. Turning an Atlantic coast into Atlantic influence requires the same unglamorous work that built everything else: shipping line relationships, trade agreements, port depth and rail feeds, and political capital. A country with an Atlantic coast has an opportunity. Converting it into leverage is a decade-long project, not a slogan. This chapter presents the assets as established and the hegemony as intended, and notes that rival hubs, Algeciras, Valencia, and the great Atlantic ports further north, are not standing still. Chapter 23, The Moroccan Diaspora. A country that lives abroad too. No dimension of this story is more mishandled than the diaspora, because it is so often reduced to a single line: remittances. The money is real, but it is the visible tip. MRE, Moroccans resident abroad, receipts were up approximately 9.9% year-on-year at mid-2026. But the diaspora is also return visits and tourism, entrepreneurship and investment, knowledge transfer, professional networks, culture, and international influence. A Moroccan engineer in Montreal, a doctor in Paris, a small business owner in Brussels, a researcher in Lyon, a platform founder in Amsterdam. Each is a node carrying skills, capital, confidence, and credibility home. The institutional scaffolding matters too. A ministry dedicated to MRE affairs, voting arrangements that let diaspora citizens participate, and investment incentive schemes designed to channel savings and know-how back. The second generation lives the most interesting tension born abroad, legally Moroccan, culturally both and neither, and it is among them that the transfer to competences, the return of skills rather than only money, is increasingly found. The networks are distinct by country and worth naming. In France, the community is the largest and most structurally integrated, present across healthcare, transport, engineering, and politics, functioning as the primary cultural and remittance bridge. In Belgium, it is concentrated around Brussels and Antwerp, and notably active in small enterprise. In Spain, the link is closest geographically, Ceuta, Melilla, Andalusia, shaped by both labor migration and the Strait's daily intimacy. In Italy, the community grew from post-war and then 1980s-90s migration, centered on industry and services in the north. In the Netherlands, it is smaller but tightly organized, with strong civic and entrepreneurial density. In Canada, Quebec especially, it is a newer, highly skilled migration of professionals and students that has become a soft power and investment channel of outsized weight. The point is not the dirham count. The point is that the diaspora is a living extension of Morocco's human capital. It tests products, opens doors, funds startups, buys real estate, and tells the world a more nuanced story than any campaign could. The knowledge, the networks, and the ambition are the submerged mass beneath the remittance. Chapter 24, Made in Morocco. From assembly to ownership, here the film asks the harder question. Can Morocco move from being a place where multinational factories happen to sit toward owning internationally recognized companies, technologies, and brands? The industrial evidence is genuinely strong. Morocco's automotive sector produces on the order of 700,000 vehicles a year, making it the country's leading export industry. The Stellantis plant at Kenitra is being expanded from roughly 200,000 to 400,000 units, and the wider ecosystem, including micromobility production above 100,000 units, pushes total output past 500,000 units annually and supports well over 3,000 jobs directly. Automotive exports in the first half of 2026 reached about 93.7 billion dirhams, up 17.4%. The aerospace cluster, centered on the Marrakesh Air Show, which in 2024 gathered more than 147 companies and supports over 20,000 jobs with roughly 40% local integration, drew further commitment when Safran began construction of a complex at Noisur in October 2025. The automotive ecosystem itself is a study in how integration is built. Two global carmakers anchor it, surrounded by supplier parks where Tier 1 and Tier 2 firms localize production of wiring, seats, stampings, and components. The official target of deep local integration, a large share of a vehicle's value made domestically, is what converts assembly into industry. The risk on the horizon is the global shift to electrification. A supply chain built around the internal combustion engine must retool for batteries and electric drivetrains, and the countries that manage that transition keep the jobs while those that do not watch them move. Aerospace tells a similar story at higher complexity, with Safran and others pulling a chain of precision manufacturers into the country. But ownership is the gap. Assembly is valuable, control of intellectual property, brands and scaled companies is more valuable. Morocco has strong supplier ecosystems and successful foreign-led platforms. What is less developed is the layer of Moroccan-owned global champions, the homegrown technology firms with international reach, the brands that carry a Moroccan name into foreign markets. A country can host world-class factories and still repatriate much of the profit. Made in Morocco is a beginning. Built by Moroccan companies is the leap, and it requires capital, risk tolerance, education, and a comfort with the failures that precede every successful firm. Chapter 25, Soft Power. The quiet conclusion of Part III. Soft power is what a country projects without coercion. Cuisine, music, cinema, tourism, diplomacy, religion, sport. Morocco has been building it deliberately, and almost none of it requires a single ton of concrete. Moroccan food is the most traveled ambassador. The tagine, the couscous, the mint tea, the pastry tradition reach further than any embassy. Moroccan cinema and music travel, and the Marrakesh International Film Festival has become a genuine node in the global festival circuit, drawing talent and attention that a country of Morocco's size would not otherwise command. Moroccan diplomacy has, for a middle-power-sized state, punched above its weight in regional and international forums, including in its assertive positioning on Western Sahara, where it has secured a widening set of recognitions of its autonomy plan. Religious diplomacy is a quieter instrument. The historical weight of Al-Qarawiyyin, the leadership role in African Islamic affairs, and the domestic religious endowment governance that projects a model of organized, moderate practice. And Moroccan sport, especially football, has become the most emotional vehicle for national identity and global recognition. Which brings the film, inevitably, to the ball. Soft power becomes feeling when 11 players wear the flag. A nation's team is its most watched ambassador and its most felt symbol. As we turn to Part IV, we will see how a single tournament reshaped how the world, and Moroccans themselves, saw the country. Part IV, The Road to 2030 = Chapter 26. The night Morocco changed its image, the run began quietly and ended as a continental myth. At the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, Morocco opened with a goalless draw against Croatia, then beat Belgium, a ranked European powerhouse, in a result that announced something was different. A draw with Canada topped the group, and for the first time an African nation advanced to the knockout round as a group winner. Then came the knockouts, and the images that fixed themselves in global memory. Against Spain, in a round of 16 settled by penalties, Achraf Hakimi, born in Madrid, a product of the diaspora he represented, scored the decisive kick with a panenka that became instant folklore, after Yacine Bounou had repelled Spain's shooters. Against Portugal, Bounou and a disciplined, collective defense produced a 1-0 win over a team built around some of the game's most expensive attackers. The semi-final against France carried a weight beyond sport, a former protectorate facing its former metropole, and the Atlas Lions lost, but only after becoming the first African nation to reach the semi-finals of a modern World Cup. The squad's identity, a Moroccan-born coach in Walid Regragui, a diaspora-born core, and a domestic league presence, mirrored the country itself. We must be careful, as the dossier instructs, not to overstate the direct economic effect. A good tournament does not by itself build a factory or train an engineer, but image is not nothing. It lowers the friction of investment, tourism, and partnership. It changes the assumptions foreigners bring to a country, and it changes something internal, the confidence of Moroccans themselves. The 2022 run did not build a port. It changed the atmosphere in which ports get built. Chapter 27. Why football matters beyond football. Football is easy to dismiss as distraction. In Morocco's case, that would be a mistake, and not only for the pride. It matters for identity, a shared national story in a large and diverse country. It matters for visibility, global attention that money cannot always buy. It matters for the diaspora, a bond expressed in the stadiums of Paris or Amsterdam as much as Casablanca. It matters for confidence, the quiet permission to expect more. And it matters for tourism and perception. The country becomes a place people want to visit and trust. None of this replaces economic policy, but none of it is separate from it either. A nation that wins on the world stage finds it easier to attract the next factory, the next conference, the next tourist. The emotional capital compounds. There is a deeper point. Football, more than almost any institution, includes Moroccans of every background, cities and villages, coast and interior, those who stayed and those who returned, the diaspora-born and the village-born. In a country wrestling with regional inequality, a national team that feels like everyone's is not trivial. It is one of the few institutions that makes the two Moroccos feel, briefly, like one. The domestic game, the Batola League, the growing investment in academies, the women's game gaining structure, and the economic spin-off in broadcasting and merchandise, is the everyday substrate beneath the national team's peak moments, and it is where the next generation of that confidence is grown. Chapter 28, AFCON 2025. The dress rehearsal, retrospectively a current date correction, governs this chapter. AFCON Morocco 2025 is no longer a future event. It was staged from December 21, 2025 to January 18, 2026. So we treat it as a retrospective, not a preview. What it revealed is the analytically useful part. The tournament was a full-scale rehearsal under real conditions. Stadiums, transport, accommodation, security, fan experience, and the logistics of hosting a continental competition on home soil. It proved Morocco could host a major event with competence, and it exposed the seams, transport bottlenecks on the corridors between host cities, accommodation pressure in those cities during peak demand, and the gap between planned and experienced capacity that a World Cup will magnify because the World Cup draws a far larger and more dispersed global audience. We are careful, per the dossier, with the later disciplinary and appeal developments around the final, which became contentious. This film does not dwell on disputed sporting or legal outcomes. It focuses on infrastructure, organization, fan experience, transport, stadiums, and the lessons for 2030, the specific, actionable kind, where the rail links were insufficient, where hotel inventory strained, where stadium readiness and crowd management performed, and where the security and hospitality apparatus earned quiet praise. A rehearsal is only useful if the mistakes are studied, not repeated, and AFCON 2025 gave Morocco a rare gift, a real test, early enough to learn from it before the larger stage arrives. Chapter 29, the 2030 World Cup. Co-host, not candidate. The facts here are settled, and the film states them without hedging. On December 11, 2024, FIFA's Extraordinary Congress formally appointed Morocco, Portugal, and Spain as hosts of the 2030 World Cup. 3 centenary celebration matches will be played in Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay, honoring the first World Cup of 1930. Therefore, Morocco is not a bidder or a possible candidate. It is officially a co-host, sharing the tournament across the Iberian Peninsula and the Maghreb. Morocco's listed host cities and stadium locations include Rabat, Casablanca or Benslemain, Tanger, Marrakesh, Fez, and Agadir. The film distinguishes clearly between stadiums that exist or are being renovated, those that are new builds, and those still at the planned or announced stage. The 3-country format adds a layer of logistical complexity, visa regimes, transport between nations, and a single broadcast product spanning continents. But it also spreads the cost and the spotlight. The opportunities are real. Global visibility on an unmatched scale, a tourism surge, infrastructure acceleration, and a national project that concentrates attention and resources. The risks are equally real: cost overruns, white elephant stadiums, displacement and inequality, and the danger of treating the event as an end rather than a milestone. The World Cup is not automatically prosperity. It is a deadline and a platform. What Morocco does with it before, during, and especially after decides whether it becomes a catalyst or a bill. Chapter 30, the infrastructure race. Stadiums, RAILS, runways. The 2030 horizon has triggered a visible race across every category of infrastructure, and each must be treated with source discipline and with an eye on stadium economics. Stadiums. Some already exist or are being renovated, some are new builds, some remain planned. The film labels each precisely rather than presenting the whole list as under construction. The economics are the crux. A modern football stadium is expensive to build and expensive to maintain, and a World Cup venue sized for a 1-month peak will, for most of its life, operate far below that peak. The disciplines that make the math work are multi-purpose design, concerts, domestic league matches, athletics, community use, and location in a city with year-round demand. A stadium finished for 2030 but empty in 2035 is a cost, not a legacy. Rail. The Al Borek high-speed line already connects Tangier to Casablanca via Kenitra and Rabat and is operational. The future Kenitra, Marrakesh high-speed extension, roughly 430 kilometers at around 320 km/h, is a project in progress, not yet running. Its timing relative to 2030 is itself a planning question, because the tourist who flies into one city and wants to reach another for a match needs that link. Airports. ONDA's 2025-2030 framework commits about 38 billion dirhams, with Casablanca Mohammed V as the hub, funding new terminals and capacity expansion. But terminals sit at different stages of completion, and the hub's throughput is the bottleneck that governs how many visitors the whole country can absorb. Ports. Tanger Med already operates at scale and will handle much of the freight and cruise side. Roads and intercity links fill the gaps between these spines. The race is understandable. A host cannot be caught unprepared, but it risks prioritizing the visible over the useful, the deadline over the durable. The discipline that matters is planning the post-event use before the concrete is poured. Chapter 31. The Tourism Opportunity. From spike to loyalty, what could 2030 mean for the tourism brand beyond the tournament itself? The opportunity is to convert a few weeks of global attention into a decade of destination loyalty. Visitors who come for football discover Marrakesh, Agadir, the Atlas, the Atlantic coast, the food, the culture. If the experience is good, they return and they tell others. The 2030 tourism roadmap aims for roughly 26 million visitors. The event is the accelerant, not the source, of that ambition, and hitting it depends on accommodation capacity, air connectivity through the ONDA airport program, and a distribution of gains beyond the handful of marquee cities. The risk is the one flagged in Chapter 18. Gains concentrate in already strong areas while water, housing, and local communities feel the strain. There is also the simple arithmetic of capacity. A country targeting a large visitor number needs the beds, the flights, and the services to host them without degrading the experience that drew them. A World Cup brings a spike. A brand built on that spike brings the steady trade. Capturing it broadly, spreading the dirham beyond the platform and the foreign-owned asset, is the hard part, and the part that determines whether 2030 leaves a stronger country or a more unequal one. Chapter 32. After the final whistle. What mega events teach this is where history is the sternest teacher, and the film looks abroad for the comparison. South Africa 2010. The only World Cup held on the African continent before the 2030 award left iconic stadiums, some of which have struggled for post-tournament use, a visible transport upgrade in the Gautrain, and a pride that did not by itself solve unemployment. Brazil 2014 built arenas in cities with weak long-term demand, Brasilia, Manaus, and became a textbook warning about cost overruns, displacement, and underused monuments, with street protests underscoring that a population can resent the spending. The pattern is consistent. Hosts that gained were those that used the event to accelerate investments they needed anyway, while those that built only for the cameras inherited the bill. It is worth noting the counterexamples because success is possible. Germany 2006 and France 2016 integrated tournament infrastructure into functioning domestic leagues and urban life. London 2012 converted Olympic sites into a regenerated district. The difference was never luck. It was the prior decision to build for the city's tomorrow, not the tournament's fortnight. The test of 2030 is not the tournament. It is 2031, 2035, 2040. Stadiums must have a use. Transport must serve residents afterward. Hotels must fill in ordinary months. If 2030 leaves Morocco with better connected, more livable cities, it was worth it. If it leaves empty stadiums and a tourism spike that fades, the bill outlasts the glory. The countries that succeed plan the morning after before the opening match. Chapter 33. 2030 is not the destination part. IV closes on its core idea, stated without poetry. The World Cup is a deadline. It should not become the national objective. 2030 must be presented as a milestone, not the end of the development story. A country that defines its ambition by a sporting date risks stopping when the date passes, the temporary autonomous zone of national purpose dissolving the morning after the final. A country that uses the date to accelerate deeper reforms in education, productivity, inclusion, water, innovation, turns a deadline into a springboard, and the event becomes the excuse to do what was already needed. The film ends part IV where the dossier ends it. 2030 is not the destination. It is a test of whether physical transformation can become human transformation. And that test is not passed on the pitch. It is passed in the classroom, the factory, the startup, and the household, the subjects of the final part. Part V, the domestic reckoning == Chapter 34, the youth paradox. A country transforming without its young. This is the chapter where the documentary earns its honesty. Morocco has built ports, trains, factories, and stadiums. It has grown at a healthy clip. The World Bank described recent performance as among the strongest in the region, with 2025 real growth around 4.9% per official Moroccan sources, July 2026, and major 2026 forecasts, WB-4, 2%, IMF article IV-4, 4%, remaining above 4%. And yet, a large share of its young people cannot find work that matches their education or their expectations. The labor data demands care because methodology changed. HCP introduced the EMO 2026 survey, replacing the older ENE series. The definitions shifted, including a new concept of strict unemployment. So 2026 EMO figures are not directly comparable to prior ENE numbers. Under the older methodology, 2025 annual unemployment was approximately 13%, youth, 15-24, around 37.2%, graduate around 19.1%, and female around 20.5%. Context points, not comparable to the new series. Under the new EMO 2026 framework, Q2 2026 national labor force participation was 42.2%, with 66.5% for men and just 18.1% for women. Roughly 1 in 3 young people aged 15-29 is NEET, not in employment, education, or training, and the burden falls heaviest on young women. The youth paradox is this: a country can be transforming and still leave its people waiting. The NEET population is not homogeneous. It includes rural youth with little access to opportunity, educated urban graduates facing a skills mismatch, and a segment for whom irregular migration, harga, remains a tempted escape. A degree is no longer a guarantee of a job, and the gap between expectation and reality is a source of frustration no port can fill. Morocco's investment in physical capital has outrun, so far, its investment in the job the educated youth expected. Closing that gap is the central development task of the next decade, and the gig economy and informal work that absorb many of the rest are no substitute for the dignified, productive employment the transformation promised. Chapter 35. Education. The second kind of infrastructure, the most important infrastructure Morocco can build, is not concrete but cognitive. Education quality, skills, languages, technical training, universities, and the future workforce decide whether the country moves up the value chain, from assembling cars to designing them, from supplying parts to owning the technology. The system is large and has been massified. University enrollment expanded dramatically over recent decades, producing a far larger educated population than a generation ago, a genuine achievement of access that multiplied the number of students many times over. But massification brought familiar strains: gaps between university output and labor market needs, weaknesses in certain technical and vocational tracks, language and skills mismatches, and uneven quality between urban and rural schools. The baccalaureate remains the high-stakes gateway exam that sorts the academic future of millions each year, and the tension between the academic stream and the vocational and technical streams is where much of the practical skills gap must be closed. The language of instruction debate, Arabic, French, and now English in parts of the system, is not pedantic. It shapes who can access which knowledge and which global pipeline. The private versus public divide, the weakness of research universities relative to teaching loads, and the steady brain drain of the best-trained graduates all feed the same problem. A factory without skilled workers is a fragile asset, and a country without a strong knowledge base cannot innovate its way up the value chain. Vocational and artisanal training, historically underprioritized relative to the academic route, is where the most direct link to the automotive, aerospace, and construction jobs actually sits. Better matched skills plus a more productive private sector equals employment, the mechanism the World Bank emphasizes, and the reason its reform package modeling points to the potential for substantial job creation. Education is the quiet multiplier. Every dirham spent on a port yields freight. Every dirham spent on a mind that can design, lead, and create yields compounding returns for a generation. Morocco has built the first kind of infrastructure magnificently. The second kind is the harder test, and the one that determines whether the transformation reaches Moroccans themselves. Chapter 36. The Two Moroccos. Territory, inclusion, and the risk of a corridor economy. The official discourse has itself warned against Morocco becoming a two-speed country. That warning is worth taking seriously, not as an insult, but as a description of a risk. The census recorded a legal population of 36,828,330 and revealed major demographic, urban, social, and territorial change, with multidimensional poverty reported to have declined substantially between 2014 and 2024, genuine progress, even as important rural and regional vulnerabilities remain. The question is not whether Casablanca and Tangier are booming, they are, in part. The question is whether the interior, the rural peripheries, the smaller cities, and the less connected regions share in the gains. A transformation concentrated in a few corridors is real but incomplete. We explore this carefully, avoiding either simplification or insult. The point is not to deny progress. It is to ask whether progress is broad enough to be stable. A country that leaves a third of its territory behind stores up political and economic fragility for the future. Inclusion is not charity. It is insurance. The regional development map is instructive, and each region is a different version of the same national question. South Massa combines Agadir's tourism with a productive agricultural base and has been a focus of integrated development planning that pairs coast and hinterland. The Oriental region in the northeast has long been targeted for catch-up investment to counter its distance from the growth poles and its historical economic marginalization. Dra Tafilalit carries the desert and oasis economy, fragile, dam-dependent for agriculture, and reliant on the very tourism the South is famous for, yet exposed to water stress more than almost any other region. Fes Meknes pairs a heritage jewel with an industrial and artisanal base that needs connectivity and investment to thrive. Beyond these four, the broader north, south, and coast, interior divides repeat the same pattern. The center's gains must be made to reach the edge, or the edge becomes a limit on the center's future. Chapter 37. The Water Crisis. Basins, Drought, and the Arithmetic of Scarcity. World Bank historical analysis shows renewable water availability fell from roughly 2,560 cubic meters per person per year in 1960 to about 620 in 2020, placing Morocco in structural water stress long before the recent drought. The arithmetic is stark. In 2 generations, per capita water collapsed by roughly 3/4. After several drought years, rainfall and snowmelt improved sharply in the 2025-26 season. In January 2026, the Minister of Equipment and Water stated that Morocco had emerged from a severe drought period, with national dam filling improving substantially. But we do not read one good rainy season as the end of structural water stress. Climate volatility means the reprieve could be temporary, and the long-term trend, hotter, more variable, points the other way. A single wet winter is weather. A falling per capita curve is climate. The response is a portfolio, managed at the correct scale. Morocco organizes water management through basin agencies, ABH, that plan and regulate by hydrological unit rather than by administrative boundary, the only sensible scale for a resource that ignores maps. The toolkit is expanding across several fronts. Desalination plants serving coastal regions, with new and planned capacity in locations including the Casablanca, Agadir, and Southern Atlantic zones. Interbasin transfer schemes that move water from where it is to where it is needed. A continued program of dam construction to store what little surplus arrives. Irrigation modernization through the regional agricultural development offices that cuts loss in the dominant user. Wastewater reuse for non-potable and agricultural purposes, and demand management that prices and shapes behavior. The key analytical point the dossier stresses: engineering infrastructure is necessary but not sufficient. Water demand management and governance are equally essential. You can build a desalination plant and still waste water through pricing, leakage, and inefficient use. Water security is as much about behavior and institutions as about concrete. A country that desalinates expensively but irrigates wastefully has not solved the problem. It has shifted the cost. The basin agencies exist precisely to force that integrated view, but integration on paper and integration in delivery are different tests, and the coming decades will be the examination. Chapter 38: The Cost of Progress. Who feels the transformation has a personal price, and this chapter names it. Housing costs in booming cities, the pressure of urbanization, household debt, and the gap between rising expectations and stagnant purchasing power for ordinary families. A country can post strong GDP numbers while many households feel squeezed. In Casablanca, Marrakesh, and Rabat, real estate appreciation tied to inbound capital and tourism has pushed both purchase and rental costs upward, and the gentrification of restored Medinas displaces the very residents who maintain them. The cost of living, especially in metropolitan areas pulling in migrants and capital, is not a footnote. It is part of the lived experience of the other Morocco, the one not featured in investment brochures. We present this without sensationalism, as a real and measurable tension. The compensation mechanism that shields households from global energy and food price shocks is itself a fiscal weight, and the informal economy that absorbs those left out of formal employment is a cushion that also limits productivity and protection. When a family's rent rises faster than its income, the transformation feels like a threat rather than a promise. This is why the central question, can transformation become opportunity for Moroccans themselves, is not abstract. It is asked in every household balancing a salary against the price of bread, housing, and schooling. Chapter 39: Women. The untapped economy. This chapter addresses one of Morocco's largest untapped sources of human capital, and it must avoid stereotype. Female labor force participation is low. Under earlier methodology, HCP and Bank Al-Maghrib work indicated female participation around 19%. Under the new IMO 2026 framework, Q2 2026 showed 18.1% female participation versus 66.5% for men. That gap is enormous, and it represents lost economic potential on a mass scale. We do not frame this as a cultural stereotype. We discuss the structural and practical barriers: care responsibilities, job availability, transport, skills matching, workplace access, economic structure, regional differences, education, and social factors. The legal and social landscape has shifted: family code reforms, rising girls' enrollment, and a growing cohort of female graduates. Yet the labor market has not absorbed them at anything like the rate the education system produces them. Female entrepreneurship is where much of the unrealized energy sits. The Argan cooperatives of the South, the craft and textile microenterprises, the growing number of women in tech and professional services. Microfinance and cooperative law have opened doors, but access to formal finance, to networks, and to large markets remains the bottleneck. Raising female participation is not a slogan. It is one of the highest leverage economic moves available because it brings a vast pool of talent into productive use. The mathematics is simple and powerful. A country that uses only half its adult population's labor potential forfeits enormous output. Closing even part of the gap would add substantially to economic activity, the tax base, and household resilience. Morocco's transformation has been built largely by men. The next leap may depend on whether women are fully let in through entrepreneurship, cooperatives, formal employment, and the removal of the practical barriers that now hold participation down. Chapter 40. The Next Economy. Startups, FinTech, and Digital Morocco 2030. The digital and entrepreneurial question. Morocco has an official Digital Morocco 2030 strategy, with goals including digital public services, human capital development, innovation, digital inclusion, and a stronger technology ecosystem. Government material has cited ambitions including roughly 240,000 jobs and large-scale annual digital skills training by 2030. These are strategic targets, not jobs already created, and we present them as such. The World Bank approved 2 programs totaling $650 million in June 2026 related to Morocco's digital transformation and to climate, disaster, and cyber resilience. A real, defined anchor of external support. The startup ecosystem has real shape. Casablanca's Technopark and the wider Casa startup constellation have clustered young firms in software, offshoring, and services. FinTech is the live frontier, with mobile money and a regulatory sandbox gradually opening payment, and lending to a population still underbanked in parts. Venture capital remains thin compared with larger markets, and the diaspora founder, the Moroccan coder in Paris or Montreal, is often the bridge to global markets and capital that local funding cannot yet provide. Offshoring, call centers, engineering services remains a steady employer, and an emerging AI and industrial innovation push tries to move the country up from labor arbitrage toward higher value work. We explore entrepreneurship, freelancing, software, industrial innovation, and artificial intelligence, but we avoid claiming Morocco will become a technology superpower without evidence. The honest framing: Morocco has the talent and the diaspora connections to build a serious digital economy, and the question is whether the ecosystem, capital, skills, regulation, market access will let it scale. The diaspora is the multiplier here. The next economy will be won or lost on whether that bridge is used. Chapter 41. The Trust Question. The Invisible Infrastructure Part V closes on a quiet, hard theme. Trust, in institutions, in implementation, in public services, in economic mobility, in the fairness of opportunity, is the invisible infrastructure beneath everything else. A country can build magnificent physical assets and still struggle if citizens doubt the system will deliver for them. The implementation gap, the distance between an announced reform and its delivery in a provincial office, is where trust is won or lost, and where the daily interaction with administration either confirms or erodes the citizens' belief that effort is rewarded. We keep this analytical, balanced, and non-partisan. The point is not to accuse but to observe. The conversion of infrastructure into opportunity depends on whether people believe the opportunity is real and reachable. Perception of mobility is itself a form of capital. A young graduate who believes the system is rigged will not start the company. One who believes effort is rewarded will. Digital public services, by reducing the discretionary contact that breeds distrust, can be a quiet trust builder, but only if they actually work. Part V has been deliberately unsettling because a documentary that only celebrated would have been dishonest. Morocco has built impressive physical capacity. The harder challenge, converting it into productivity, innovation, skills, jobs, social mobility, regional inclusion, and resilience, is the subject of the final part. Final part. Morocco after 2030 == part extra deepening material 4. Morocco 2030 # supplementary additive content for chapters 144. Does not rewrite existing chapters. This supplementary manuscript extends the core documentary toward a longer, 5-hour edition. It does not replace or rewrite any of the 44 existing chapters. Instead, it deepens them. It puts faces on the statistics, sets Morocco inside the longer human story of late industrialization, expands the mechanics of the 3 scenarios, and walks through the texture of daily life, culture, and geopolitics that the headline narrative only sketches. Throughout, the following discipline is observed. Where a figure is a verified fact from the dossier, it is tagged. Completed infrastructure is tagged. Projects under construction are tagged. Announced plans are tagged. Stated government or institutional targets are tagged. Forward estimates from multilateral institutions are tagged. Interpretation is tagged. The 3 diverging futures are tagged. Human interest portraits are labeled and are explicitly not data. They are constructed sketches assembled from widely observed patterns, used to make structural points legible. No contemporary Moroccan statistic is invented. Only the dossier numbers and established general historical knowledge are used. Section A. Faces of the transformation. Illustrative composite vignettes == the aggregates in this documentary, growth rates, container volumes, export values, unemployment shares, describe a country. They do not describe a person. Yet the entire question of the film is whether the aggregates become lives. To make that concrete without inventing a single real individual or a single fabricated statistic, the 5 sketches below are presented as illustrative composites. Each is a deliberately constructed portrait woven from patterns that are well documented in Moroccan public life, not a record of any named citizen. Read them as composed figures on a stage, not as survey results. They are illustrations of structure. A1. Emain. The young graduate in Casablanca, Emain, is 26. She grew up in a middle-class neighborhood on the eastern edge of Casablanca, the city that never quite stops moving. Her parents saved for years so she could attend a public university and then a private business school whose fees stretched the household budget to its limit. She speaks Moroccan Arabic, French, and a working English. She interned twice. She wrote a thesis on supply chain logistics because that, she was told, was where the jobs were, the cars, the planes, the ports. When she finished, the labor market she met was not cruel so much as slow. The graduate unemployment rate in Morocco has sat around 19% in recent measurements, and the broader youth figure is starker still. Roughly 37% of 15 to 24-year-olds were without work in the most recent comparable reading. These are not Emain's personal failure. They are the arithmetic of an economy that has built extraordinary platforms faster than it has built the positions to fill them. She is, in the documentary's terms, the living proof of the youth paradox, a country transforming without its young, or at least without enough of them in the right seats. So Emain does what many of her peers do. She takes a short contract that underuses her degree. She keeps applying. She joins an online community of job seekers who trade leads and rehearse interviews. She learns a data tool on her own because no employer taught her. None of this appears in a GDP line, but it is the real frontier of the transformation, the gap between a credential and a vocation. The vignette asks the viewer to hold 2 truths at once: that Morocco's manufacturing and services are genuinely expanding, and that the expansion has not yet bent the curve of graduate underemployment. Emain is the reason Chapter 34, The Youth Paradox, is not an abstraction. What would change her story is not a slogan. It is the reform mechanics taken up later in this supplement: a labor market that prices experience, an education system financed to connect curricula to firms, and a private sector dense enough to absorb the third of 1 million or more additional workers the World Bank models could appear by the middle of the next decade. Emain is one face of that modeled million. A2. Yassin, The factory worker near Tanger Med, Yasin, lives in a town an hour shared taxi from the port of Tanger Med, the container gateway that handled more than 10 million TEUs in 2024. He works on a line that feeds the automotive and logistics cluster, the same complex that now hosts more than 1,500 companies. His shift is real, his wage is real, and the pride he takes in a paycheck earned by making something the world buys is real. But the composite is honest about the tension. The port's nominal capacity is around 9 million TEUs across 4 terminals, and it is already running past that nameplate, a sign of both success and congestion pressure. Yasin's factory sits inside a zone that turned a stretch of Mediterranean coast into a global logistics node in barely a decade. The vehicles moving through the port number in the hundreds of thousands a year. He can see, from the staff entrance, the trucks lined up, more than 500,000 in a single year. The structural point the vignette carries is about value, not volume. Tanger Med proves Morocco can build world-class infrastructure and attract world-class tenants. What Yasin's daily work reveals is the next question: how much of the value chain stays? The automotive ecosystem targets deepening local integration, and the aerospace cluster has reached roughly 40% integration. Yasin's career depends on whether Made in Morocco keeps climbing the ladder from assembly toward engineering, tooling, and design, the migration from being a place where things are put together to a place where things are conceived. He is also a quiet rebuttal to the idea that industrialization is only about machines. The Marhaba operation that ferries the diaspora home each summer processed around 3 million passengers in 2024. Yasin's cousin is one of them, returning from the Netherlands. The port is, for him, both a workplace and a doorway, the same doorway the documentary treats as a symbol of Morocco's double belonging, African and connected to Europe at once. A3 Salma. The woman entrepreneur Salma runs a small design and fulfillment business from a studio in Rabat. She employs a few people. She sells to customers she reaches through social platforms and, increasingly, to buyers abroad. Her story is the answer to Chapter 39, the untapped economy, told in the first person. The structural fact behind her is stark. Female labor force participation in Morocco has long been among the lowest in the region. In the most recent employment reading, it stood at about 18% for women against roughly 67% for men. That gap is not a comment on women. It is a comment on an economy that has not built the care infrastructure, the safe transport, the finance access, or the social permission for half the population to enter it on equal terms. Salma is what the economy looks like when those blockers are, partially, removed for one person, and the vignette makes plain how much is still missing for the next woman behind her. She finances her growth from her own savings and from a microloan, because the formal credit system treats a small, young, women-led firm as a risk it struggles to price. This is exactly the SME access to credit problem taken up in the scenario mechanics below. Digital public services help her register and file, but the capital to scale remains the wall. Salma is the documentary's reminder that the untapped economy is not a metaphor. It is a specific, nameable set of frictions, and that removing them is among the highest leverage moves available to the state, because it costs comparatively little and pays in both growth and inclusion. A4 Brahim, the small farmer facing water stress. Brahim farms a few hectares in the watered shadow of the Atlas, where the snowpack used to be a reliable calendar and is now a gamble. His composite is the human face of Chapter 37, the water crisis, and it is the most physically urgent of the 5. The arithmetic he lives inside is brutal and verified. Morocco's renewable water per person fell from about 2,560 cubic meters a year in 1960 to about 620 cubic meters a year by 2020. That is a collapse of roughly 3/4 of a person's water endowment in 2 generations, driven by population growth and a drying trend. A 7-year drought was widely declared to have broken in early 2026 with improved rainfall, but the vignette insists, as the documentary does, that one good season is not the end of the story. Brahim has adapted the only ways a small farmer can. He switched part of his land to drip irrigation. He waits longer for the channel. He worries about the price of diesel and the timing of the rains more than about any export figure. The state's response is the policy menu the film outlines: desalination, interbasin transfers, new dams, irrigation efficiency, wastewater reuse, and demand management. For Brahim, those words translate into whether his son stays on the land or joins the migration to the coast. The vignette refuses to separate the water chapter from the demographic chapter. Water scarcity is one of the quiet engines of urbanization, and urbanization is one of the quiet engines of the housing, transport, and service pressures taken up in Section D.A.5. Karim, the returnee from the diaspora. Karim grew up in Casablanca, left for the Gulf in his 20s, and came back in his 40s with savings, skills, and a network. He is the embodied link between Chapter 23, the diaspora, and the money that moves with it. The diaspora's transfers to Morocco rose nearly 10% in the first half of 2026 against the same period a year earlier, and the summer crossing alone carried around 3 million passengers through the Marhaba system. Karim is one unit of that flow. The returnee is one of the under-examined levers of late industrialization everywhere. The capital he brings is real. The tacit knowledge, how things are done in a more formalized economy, is often worth more than the capital. He starts a small logistics firm serving the very port he used to watch from the ferry. The vignette's caution is that diaspora money is counter-cyclical and sentimental. It rises in good years and can fall when confidence falls, and it is concentrated in a few corridors: Europe, the Gulf. It is a tailwind, not a strategy. The documentary's argument is that Morocco should treat its eighth or so of citizens abroad not as remittance machines, but as a standing reservoir of skill, capital, and market access. Exactly the soft power and economic bridge that chapters 20, 22, and 23 begin to map. These 5 faces are the documentary's insistence that behind every line of infrastructure is a line of life. They are composites. They are labeled. They are not evidence of anything except the structure they illustrate. Section B, Morocco and the long story of late industrialization, every country that industrialized late tells a version of the same story. A state that decides it will not remain the raw material hinterland of someone else's industry, and then spends decades discovering how hard the climb actually is. Morocco is not the first to try. To read its 2030 bet correctly, we have to set it beside 4 very different latecomers: South Korea, Turkey, Vietnam, Poland, and beside 2 European hosts that used mega events the way Morocco now intends to: Spain and Portugal. This is not scoreboard journalism. It is a search for the mechanisms that separate a platform from a trajectory. B1, South Korea. The developmental state benchmark no late industrialization story is cited more often than South Korea's, and for good reason. Within a single working life, it moved from per capita income comparable to poor agrarian economies to membership of the OECD, the Club of Advanced Industrial Nations, which it joined in 1996. The mechanism is the part Morocco should study, not the miracle. The Korean recipe was not free markets. It was a disciplined, authoritarian developmental state that did 3 things most latecomers fail to do consistently. First, it concentrated capital and protection on a few chosen export industries, and then made protection conditional. Firms kept their shields only as long as they exported and improved. Second, it built a genuine education machine, pushing literacy and then engineering depth faster than almost any peer. Third, it tolerated even engineered chaebol concentration, betting that scale would win export share and that discipline could later curb the excesses of scale. The state was not small, it was steerable. The lessons for Morocco are double-edged. The encouraging half, deliberate conditional industrial policy, can work, and a mid-income country can leap. The cautionary half, Korea's discipline required a political concentration of power and a social compact, cheap, disciplined labor in exchange for future employment, that Morocco's very different monarchy and market settlement does not replicate. Morocco has chosen the opposite trade, political openness and foreign direct investment-led industrialization rather than state-directed national champions. That is a legitimate choice, but it means Morocco cannot simply import the Korean method. It can import the Korean question. Are subsidies and protections conditioned on export performance and on deepening local integration, or are they open-ended? The automotive integration targets are, whether by name or not, a Korean-style condition expressed through private multinationals instead of state conglomerates. B2 Turkey. The warning about middle-income stall Turkey is the case that should sober the room. It industrialized later than Korea but faster than most, built a large domestic market, a serious automotive and white goods sector, and a geographically lucky position between Europe and Asia. And then it became the textbook example of the middle-income trap, the plateau where a country assembles and serves its own market but never quite reaches the frontier of productivity, and where macroeconomic instability repeatedly eats the gains. Turkey's arc is a lesson in two failures of discipline. One is industrial. It never fully converted assembly strength into own brand, high-value engineering, and it let energy and import dependence cap its competitiveness. The other is macroeconomic, reliance on short-term foreign capital, repeated currency pressures, and policy swings that discourage the long investments industry requires. The result is a country that looks, on a good year, like a future power, and on a bad year like a cautionary tale, often within the same decade. For Morocco, the mirror is direct. Morocco's own growth has been steady but modest, around 4-point-something% in recent readings, above population growth, but far from the double digits a leap would require. The Turkish warning is that steady is not safe. A middle-income plateau can last a generation, and the things that cause it, shallow local value addition, exposure to imported energy and inputs, and macroeconomic wobble, are exactly the soft spots the documentary keeps returning to. The IMF's own estimate that Morocco's 2024-2030 connectivity and tourism infrastructure pipeline is around 190 billion dirhams, about 12% of 2024 GDP, is a scale of spending that, if financed loosely, carries the Turkish risk of crowding out an external exposure. Turkey says, build the platforms, yes, but protect the macro foundation or the platforms rust. B3 Vietnam. The quiet leap next door to China. Vietnam is the most relevant comparator most Moroccan strategists understudy. Like Morocco, it is a one-party state with a monarchy-free but centralized politics, an openness to foreign investment, and a coastal position next to a giant market. Except Vietnam's giant is China, and Morocco's is Europe. Vietnam launched its market renovation, Doi Moi, in 1986, and in the decades since became the workshop of the shift out of China. It now assembles for Samsung, Intel, Nike, and a long list of global brands, and it signed trade accords, including a comprehensive partnership with the EU that locked its access to rich markets. The mechanism Morocco should envy is not cheap labor. It is sequenced integration. Vietnam used foreign direct investment not as a trophy but as a teacher, insisting over time on local content and on moving up the value chain, while keeping macroeconomic stability and a single, predictable orientation toward export. It also benefited from a geopolitical tailwind. Firms diversifying away from China landed in Vietnam by default. Morocco has its own tailwind nearshoring to Europe, and its own teacher-seekers in Renault, Stellantis, Safran, and the aerospace cluster. Chinese letter lesson is to convert presence into ownership, the same climb from assembly to engineering that Yassin's Factory A2 represents. The risk Morocco shares with Vietnam is dependence on a single adjacency, a single set of buyers, a single logistic corridor. Vietnam shows the prize is real and the discipline is specific. Before Poland. The EU trajectory and the transfer dividend. Poland is the European version of the latecomer that made it, and the one whose method Morocco cannot copy but should understand. Poland entered the EU in 2004, and over the following 2 decades, became the largest economy of the post-2004 entrants, converging toward Western European income levels faster than almost any neighbor. The drivers were 3: access to the single market, a flood of cohesion and structural funds that built its roads, rail, and universities, and the disciplined use of those funds to raise productivity rather than merely to consume. Morocco is not joining the EU, and no fund of that size is coming. But Poland illustrates 2 transferable ideas. First, market access can substitute for factor endowments. Poland was not resource-rich. It was rule-rich and access-rich, and that was enough. Morocco's association and trade links with Europe are its partial version of that access, and the question is whether they deepen or stiffen. Second, transfers only transform if institutions spend them well. Poland's relative success owed as much to how it used the money as to how much it got. The IMF pipeline number is Morocco's version of a transfer dividend, self-financed and externally part-funded, and the Polish lesson is that the spending discipline, not the spending, is the variable that decides the outcome. Portugal, next, is the warning that even EU membership does not guarantee escape from the trap. Section B2. What mega events and EU membership actually teach. Spain and Portugal. Morocco is not the first country to look at a football World Cup and a bundle of new infrastructure and wonder whether the event is the destiny. Spain and Portugal did this in living memory, and their experiences are the most honest textbooks available. B5. Spain. The 1982 World Cup and the 1992 AACT. Spain hosted the FIFA World Cup in 1982 and then, a decade later, staged 2 events in a single year that rewrote its image: the 1992 Barcelona Olympics and the 1992 Seville Expo. The commonly drawn lesson, that 1992 made modern Spain, is half true and therefore dangerous if swallowed whole. What 1992 actually did was complete a transformation already underway. Spain had transitioned out of dictatorship after 1975, joined the European communities in 1986, and received structural funds that built motorways, high-speed rail, and universities through the 1980s and 1990s. The events were the ribbon cutting, not the foundation. Barcelona used the Olympics to reclaim its waterfront and its self-image. Seville used the Expo to anchor high-speed rail to Madrid. The infrastructure outlived the crowds, but the deeper Spanish lesson is about sequencing. The events worked because the institutions, the market access, and the macro stability were already there. An event is a multiplier on a trajectory, not a substitute for one. For Morocco, the implication is the spine of the documentary's argument in Chapter 32, after the final whistle. The 2030 World Cup will draw the world's gaze. But if the rail, the airports, the ports, and the institutions are already improving, 2030 multiplies a real trend. If they are not, 2030 becomes an expensive party with a hangover. The Spanish mistake would be to believe the event itself industrializes. Spain's real gift to Morocco is the distinction between a stage and a strategy. B6. Portugal. Post-2004, the bailout and the recovery. Portugal joined the European communities in 1986 alongside Spain, and like Spain, rode EU funds and the 1998 Lisbon World Expo into a modernization that looked permanent. Then, in 2011, it required an international bailout during the euro area crisis, a moment when the limits of its convergence were exposed: low productivity, a bloated state, and an economy that had borrowed against the appearance of development rather than its depth. Portugal is the counterweight to the Spanish optimism and the twin of the Turkish warning. Its Expo 1998 built a waterfront and a debt. Only after the 2011 correction did it rebuild on firmer ground, and even then its convergence with Northern Europe remained partial. The lesson for Morocco is unsentimental. An event and a wave of investment can mask a productivity deficit for years, and when the mask slips, the bill arrives all at once. The documentary's crowding out and financing caveat on the infrastructure pipeline is precisely the Portuguese risk rendered as a number. Taken together, Spain says events can crown a real transformation. Portugal says they can also disguise its absence. Morocco's 2030 will be one or the other depending on the discipline applied in the years the cameras are not yet rolling. That discipline is the subject of the next section. End of Part 1 of Supplement Sections A and B continued in subsequent parts. Section C. Expanded Scenario Mechanics, deepening Chapters 42-44, Chapters 42, 43, and 44 Sketch 3 Diverging Futures for Morocco, and ask which choices keep the paths open. This section does not repeat those chapters. It supplies the machinery beneath them, the specific policy levers that push the country toward one scenario or another, and the concrete reform areas where the next decade will be won or lost. Everything here is offered as and unless tagged otherwise. C1. The three scenarios. Restated as mechanisms, the documentary's three scenarios can be named without borrowing its exact wording. A disciplined convergence path, a middle-income plateau path, and a stressor fragmentation path. What separates them is not fate but feedback. In the convergence path, each platform, port, rail, plant, stadium pulls a denser local economy after it, and the gains reach beyond the corridor. In the plateau path, the platforms are built and admired, but the value leaks back out as imports, profits and skills, and productivity stalls near where Turkey stalled. In the stress path, the financing of the platforms outruns the capacity to absorb them. The macro foundation wobbles, and the social contract frays, the Portugal 2011 shape. The single most important sentence in this supplement is this: the scenarios are not forecasts of different worlds. They are forecasts of different disciplines applied to the same world. The dossier already contains the raw material for all three. Growth above 4% is the seed of convergence. A graduate unemployment near 19% and youth unemployment near 37% is the seed of plateau. An infrastructure pipeline near 12% of GDP is the seed of either, depending on whether it is financed and spent with discipline. The scenarios diverge on execution, not on ambition. C2. The policy choices that distinguish the scenarios. 5 choice clusters decide which scenario compounds. They are the hinge between Chapter 42's what ifs and Chapter 43's choices still open. 1. Industrial policy with conditions or without. The convergence path conditions every incentive, tax break, land grant, tariff protection on export performance and rising local integration, exactly as Korea did with its chaebols, and as Morocco is attempting through private targets. The plateau path hands out incentives as attractions and forgets the conditions. The measurable difference shows up in integration rates. Aerospace at roughly 40% is a starting line, not a finish. 2. Macro stability as a permanent constraint, or as a mood. The convergence path treats the IMF pipeline's crowding out and financing risks as a binding budget rule. Infrastructure is phased to what the non-inflationary, non-import leaking economy can absorb. The stress path chases the 2030 date and lets the bill arrive in 2031. Turkey and Portugal are the exhibits. 3. Inclusion as infrastructure, or as rhetoric. The convergence path builds the care, transport, finance, and training that let female participation rise from around 18% toward regional norms, and that pulls the third of youth who are neat into productive roles. The plateau path celebrates aggregate growth and accepts that the corridor and the capital are the only winners, the two-speed country the census describes. 4. Water as a binding constraint, or as a background problem. The convergence path prices and manages water as the scarce input it is, treating desalination, transfers, dams, efficiency, reuse, and demand management as one system. The stress path waits for the next drought to become an emergency. 5. Diaspora in Africa as standing strategy, or as seasonal sentiment. The convergence path institutionalizes the diaspora bridge and the African banking and fertilizer push as permanent external engines, not as nostalgia. The plateau path treats both as weather. C3. Concrete reform areas, the meat of the choices below, are the 5 reform areas the documentary names in passing, given the specificity a 5-hour edition owes its audience. None invents a number. Each is a mechanism. C3A. Labor market. Morocco's labor market has 2 deformities the vignettes dramatize. One is participation. Barely 4 in 10 working-age people are in the labor force, and the female number is the single largest unused capacity in the economy. The other is mismatch. Firms say they cannot find skills. Graduates say they cannot find fit. Reform mechanics that matter. Active labor market programs that subsidize the first formal job rather than the unemployment spell. Roman 2. Portable, individually tracked training accounts so workers reskill without leaving work. Roman 3. Transport and care infrastructure that converts cannot work into can work for women. Roman 4. A wage and contract structure that does not penalize the small firm for formalizing. The World Bank's modeled up to 17 million additional jobs by 2035 is reachable only if the market absorbs people faster than it admits them as job seekers, which is a reform problem before it is a growth problem. C3b. Education financing. Morocco already spends political capital on education. Chapter 35. The missing piece is the financing architecture that links spending to outcomes and to firms. Mechanics. Output-based funding for universities and training institutes tied to employability of graduates, not to enrollment. Roman 2. Co-financing with industry, so that the firm that will hire the graduate helps design and pay for the last mile of training. Roman 3. A dedicated fund for STEM and technical tracks aligned to the automotive, aerospace, and digital clusters. Roman 4. Equity in regional allocation, so the 2-speed country does not reproduce itself in classrooms. The point is not more money alone. It is money that follows the student into a job. C3c. SME access to credit. Salma the entrepreneur. A3 is blocked less by will than by a credit system that prices small, young, women-led, and informal history firms as unbankable. Mechanics that change the curve. A robust credit guarantee facility so banks lend against cash flow, not collateral they know the borrower lacks. Roman 2. A secondary market and a few patient development banks that hold SME loans instead of flipping them. Roman 3. Digital underwriting using tax and utility data, so a clean informal record becomes a score. Roman 4. Venture and angel frameworks that match the startup and fintech push. SMEs are where the platform's spillovers are supposed to land. If credit does not reach them, the spillovers stop at the factory gate. C3d. Public-private partnership discipline. The infrastructure pipeline is the decade's defining fiscal act. PPP discipline is what stops it becoming the Portuguese mistake. Mechanics. Independent published cost-benefit on every PPP before signature, with the shadow price of public capital included. Roman 2. Caps on contingent liabilities so a stadium cannot quietly become a sovereign risk. Roman 3. Lifecycle accounting. Build, maintain, operate, not just construction tags. Roman 4. Competitive procurement that treats the PPP as a purchase, not a partnership of friends. V. A phase rule that slows spending when import content and crowding out rise. Discipline here is the difference between an asset and an annuity of regret. C3e. Water pricing. Water is the constraint that does not negotiate. Pricing is the lever politicians fear most and engineers respect most. Mechanics. Tiered pricing that protects the small user and signals scarcity to the large one. Roman 2. Full cost recovery on the non-poor urban and industrial connection. Ring-fence to water infrastructure, not to the general budget. Roman 3, tradable or metered agricultural entitlements so efficiency is rewarded, not wasted. Roman 4, a visible link between desalination and transfers and the bill, so the public accepts the cost of security. The alternative, free water and silent deficit, is how a 7-year drought becomes a 7-generation problem. Brahim the farmer, A4, lives or leaves on this. C4, Morocco 2040 and 2050. A richer discussion stretch the lens past 2030 and the scenarios stop looking like events and start looking like eras. Morocco 2040, Convergence Path. The 2030 platforms have matured into a dense northern manufacturing and logistics belt feeding Europe, a southern renewable and hydrogen complex exporting molecules and electrons, and an African financial and fertilizer hub anchoring the Atlantic gateway. Female participation has climbed toward the upper 20s or 30s. The NEET share has halved. The graduate mismatch has narrowed because education financing was reformed. Water is managed, not merely endured. Per capita income has moved from lower middle toward the upper band, and the two-speed country is a memory the census no longer records. This is not a fantasy. It is the compounded effect of the 5 choice clusters above, each executed. Morocco 2040, Plateau Path. The stadiums are legacy assets, the rail runs, the port is busy, and yet the value added stays mid-chain, youth unemployment stays high in the interior, and the country remains, in productivity terms, a well-run dependency of European and Gulf supply and demand. Growth hovers above population but below escape velocity. Morocco is comfortable and visible. It is not yet sovereign in the way the documentary means. Morocco 2040, Stress Path. A financing correction lands, a currency or fiscal squeeze tied to loose PPP and import leakage, and the social contract, already strained by regional inequality, tightens. The diaspora's flows prove countercyclical and fall. The infrastructure is there but underused because the economy around it contracted. This is recoverable, as Portugal proved, but it is a lost decade first. Morocco 2050. By mid-century, the distribution has collapsed to 2 stable states. Either Morocco is the hub of an integrated Atlantic-African economy, the Portugal or Spain question resolved in Spain's favor, the Turkey trap avoided, the Korea discipline achieved through multinationals instead of chaebols, or it is a permanently pleasant middle-income platform whose children still ask, as Emain, A1, asks now, why a world-class country offers world-class infrastructure, but not always a world-class place for them to stand. The 2050 question, as Chapter 44 insists, is not whether Morocco will have built. It is whether what it built will have built Moroccans. The reforms in C3 are the only things that decide which. End of Part 2, Section C, continued in Part 3. Section D. The daily life of the transformation The documentary's big numbers describe a country being rebuilt. This chapter describes what rebuilding feels like from the inside, in the bus, at the clinic, on the phone with the administration, at the market, and in the neighborhood where the new Morocco meets the old one. None of this replaces Chapter 38's account of who pays for progress. It adds the texture of how progress is lived, by people who may never read an export statistic. D1, Cost of living. The double edge of a booming country. When a country builds fast, prices often rise faster than the wages of the people doing the building. Morocco's transformation has a visible cost of living face. A casual observer in Casablanca or Rabat sees new towers and new malls beside salaries that have not kept the same pace. This is not a Moroccan peculiarity. It is the Turkey and Portugal dilemma again, localized to the household. The dossier does not give us a current inflation print to quote, and we will not invent one. What we can say from structure is that an economy growing above 4% while importing much of its energy and many of its inputs transmits external price shocks straight to the shelf. The daily experience is a quiet arithmetic. Housing in the growth corridors costs more because the corridor is where the jobs are. Food costs what global commodity markets say. Transport costs what fuel costs. For the salaried middle, Emane's parents A1. The formal worker, the squeeze is managed. For the informal worker and the rural newcomer to the city, the same prices are a wall. The documentary's honesty here is to refuse the cheerleading version. A country can be visibly succeeding and yet feel, to the household, like a place where the numbers move up and the purchasing power moves sideways. The remedy is not price control. It is the productivity and inclusion that let wages catch the boom, which returns, as always, to the reform areas in Section CD2, transport. The train that changed distance, this is the single most tangible daily life upgrade of the decade. It did something no policy paper can. It shrank the country. A journey that once meant a long road trip between Tangier and Casablanca now runs on a train that made the Strait and the economic capital neighbors. For the commuter, the student, the business traveler, it is the transformation felt as minutes saved. The next leg, Kenitra to Marrakesh, roughly 430 kilometers at around 320 km/h, is the planned extension that would stitch the four imperial cities and the tourism heartland to the same fast spine. We tag it carefully. Operational versus future is not the same claim, and the documentary insists on the distinction. The airports are being rebuilt for a different century too. For the ordinary traveler, the daily life of transport is the gap between the gleaming terminal and the last-mile taxi, between the fast train and the slow periphery it does not yet reach. The transport story is also an equity story. A high-speed line serves those who can pay and who live near it. The daily life question is whether the same state that built Al Borak also builds the bus, the tram, the peri-urban road that carries Brahim's daughter to a city college. The two-speed country is most visible at ground level as a transport-speed country, fast for the corridor, slow for the rest. D3 Digital Public Services. The state that answers is a headline. The daily life meaning is quieter. It is the citizen who renews a document online instead of taking a day off to stand in a queue. It is Salma the entrepreneur, A3, who registers a business and files a return without an intermediary. It is the slow substitution of the screen for the waiting room. Signals that the architecture is being funded, not merely announced. The daily life payoff of digital public services is not only convenience. It is the quiet dismantling of the petty frictions, the bribe-adjacent favor, the lost afternoon, the broker's fee, that the documentary in Chapter 41 names as the trust question. A state that answers online is a state that is easier to trust. For a country where the informal economy is large and the administration was long a wall, this is a cultural change disguised as a tech upgrade. The caution: digital access is itself uneven, and the same two-speed gap that divides regions can divide the connected from the excluded. The daily life win is real only if the service reaches the phone that cannot afford the data. D4 Healthcare access. The long queue and the new clinic. Morocco's health system has, over 2 decades, expanded coverage and infrastructure. A long arc of human development policy reaching back to the early reign's emphasis on health and education. The daily life experience, though, remains split. In the big cities, new hospitals and specialists are reachable. In the rural periphery and the poor quarters, the clinic is understaffed, the ambulance is far, and the referral means a journey. The vignette of Brahim's wife traveling to the provincial hospital is the human version of the regional inequality line in the census. The transformation's promise here is not a building. It is a referral that works, a medicine stocked, a nurse who stays. Universal health coverage is a stated direction in Moroccan reform, and its daily life meaning is the difference between a sickness that bankrupts and a sickness that is treated. The documentary treats healthcare not as charity, but as infrastructure for productivity. A healthy worker is a worker who can climb the ladder the platforms made. The dossier does not give us coverage rates to quote, and we will not invent them. The structural point stands without a number. D5 Urbanization. The city as the front line. Water scarcity and job scarcity together push people toward the city, and the city is where the transformation is most concentrated and most contested. Casablanca is the restless engine. The new towns and the peri-urban belts are where the rural arrival lands. Urbanization is the silent author of sections D1 through D4. The cost of living is a city price, the transport is a city system, the digital service is a city connection, the clinic is a city queue, is the denominator of every daily life claim. A country of that size, urbanizing and young, lives its transformation in neighborhoods more than in headlines. The documentary's daily life chapter ends where it should, not in the stadium or the port, but in the apartment where a family calculates the month, and in the street where the new Morocco and the old one share the same pavement. The transformation is real. Whether it reaches the pavement is the question the 5-hour film leaves ringing. Section E, Culture and Identity. How a country becomes itself. Chapter 25 named Soft Power. This chapter supplies the culture beneath the concept. Soft power is not a ministry. It is a cinema that travels, a rhythm that migrates, a book that is translated, a self-image a country projects because it believes it. Morocco's identity is unusually layered, and the layering is itself the asset. E1 Cinema. The image Morocco projects of itself. Moroccan cinema has, over the past 2 decades, moved from a marginal national industry to a recognized voice in African and Arab film, with directors gaining festival attention and with international productions filming against Moroccan light and landscape. The Marrakesh platform in particular became a recurring meeting point between Moroccan and global film. The daily life and geopolitical meaning is precise. A film watched abroad is a prejudice softened, a destination imagined, a country humanized before a diplomat ever speaks. Morocco's varied geography, Medina and desert, Atlas and Atlantic, makes it a natural set, and the documentary notes that the same landscapes sold to tourists are the landscapes projected on screen. Cinema and tourism are the same soft power machine running on different fuel. The deeper cultural point. When Moroccans tell their own stories, the image is no longer supplied by outsiders, and identity stops being a costume worn for visitors. E2, Music. The sound of a crossroads. No art form carries Morocco's position at a crossroads like its music. 3 streams deserve the documentary's close attention. Amazigh music. The song of the Atlas and the South, in Tamazight, carried by rhythms older than the state, is the audible proof that Morocco is not monolingual in its soul. Its recent visibility, including on national stages, is part of a broader recognition of Amazigh identity as constitutional and cultural fact. The documentary treats this not as symbolism, but as cohesion. A country that lets its oldest voice sing is a country less likely to fracture along the lines the 2-speed worry implies. Nawa music. The Black Atlantic liturgy of Yaoura and the South, born of sub-Saharan roots and Sufi practice, has traveled from ritual to global festival stage, a UNESCO-inscribed heritage. Its journey from possession ritual to world music idiom is the soft power story in one chord. The marginal becomes the admired, and the admired becomes a bridge to the African South Morocco claims as kin. Rai, strictly an Algerian idiom of the West, washes across the border and into Moroccan urban sound, a reminder that the Maghreb is one cultural space even when it is several political ones. The documentary names it to make a geopolitical point gently. The music does not stop at the frontier, and neither should the solidarity. The strategic reading. Morocco's soundscape is already a soft power asset because it is authentically hybrid. The risk is commodification, selling the rhythm while neglecting the communities that keep it. The reward, if the culture is nourished rather than staged, is a brand that no advertising budget can buy. A country that is, musically, where Africa, Arabia, and Europe meet and get along. E3, Literature. The quiet diplomacy of the page. Moroccan writing in Arabic and French and Amazigh, and in translation, has long been a bridge to the Francophone and Mediterranean world and increasingly to global readers. The novel and the memoir do what the port cannot. They carry interiority across borders. A Moroccan book on a Paris or New York shelf is a piece of diplomacy no ministry stamps. The country's literary life straddles languages by historical necessity. The French protectorate left a francophone literary tradition. Arabic journalism and fiction carried the nationalist and post-colonial voice. Tamazight oral poetry carries the older one. The documentary's point is that this multiplicity is not a problem to resolve but a portfolio to manage. Soft power compounds when the same country is legible in many tongues. E4 How soft power is built, and why it outlasts the stadium. Soft power is the compound interest of culture plus consistency. Spain in 1992 did not invent its image at the Olympics. It harvested decades of cultural openness, from film to architecture to football. Morocco's soft power asset is unusual. It is like to cross divides by the Gulf, by Europe, by Africa, by tourists, by the diaspora. The 2030 World Cup is a once-in-a-generation amplifier, but the culture in this section is the permanent transmitter. The documentary's closing thought on identity is that Morocco's great advantage is not that it is one thing but that it is several, and that the several get along. The Strait, the Atlas, the desert, the Medina, the factory, the film set, the Nawa suite, these are not contradictions to be smoothed away. They are the portfolio. A country that learns to project its multiplicity without shame is a country the world finds interesting, and an interesting country is easier to invest in, easier to visit, easier to trust. That is soft power, and it is the quiet conclusion of the cultural chapter. Section F. The geopolitics of 2030 Morocco's transformation is not happening in a vacuum. It is happening in a contested century. This chapter sets the country inside the great game geometry of the 2020s and 2030s, between a global north that buys its goods and a global south that shares its struggles, courted by every pole, and betting on Africa as the source of its autonomy. It deepens but does not repeat chapters 2022. F1. Between global north and global south, Morocco's strategic gift is that it belongs, partially, to both camps. It is the European Union's nearest non-member neighbor, a stable, pro-Western platform within a day's shipping of rich markets. It is also African, Mediterranean, and post-colonial, fluent in the language of the global south. That dual membership is the whole game. It lets Morocco broker where others can only choose sides. The documentary frames this as a deliberate non-alignment with balance. Morocco does not vote with a bloc. It sells to all, partners with many, and keeps its hand free. The 2030 co-host role is the emblem. Sharing the world's stage with Spain and Portugal, it stands as an African equal to European hosts, the north-south line crossed on purpose. F2. The Gulf. Capital and solidarity. The Gulf is, for Morocco, a source of investment, pilgrimage traffic, and political solidarity, and a counterweight to European conditionality. Gulf sovereign funds and builders have become visible in Moroccan real estate, tourism, and energy. The geopolitical use is leverage. A Morocco with Gulf capital behind it negotiates with Europe from a steadier seat. The documentary's caution is dependency. Gulf money is strategic and can be withdrawn or redirected. It is a partner, not a patron to rely on alone. The diaspora link runs partly through the Gulf, where many Moroccans work, so the Gulf is also a labor corridor and a remittance source. Morocco's skill is to accept the capital without surrendering the autonomy. The same discipline the reform sections demand at home. F3. France. The long shadow and the new terms. France is the former protectorate power, 1912–1956, the largest trading partner for much of the post-independence era, and the source of the administrative and legal architecture Morocco inherited. The relationship is intimate, uneven, and slowly rebalanced. French remains the language of business and higher education. Moroccan migrants in France are a pillar of the diaspora. French policy attention on Morocco is constant. The geopolitical shift is that France is no longer the only door. As Morocco diversifies toward the Gulf, the US, China, and Africa, the Franco-Moroccan tie becomes one relationship among several rather than the relationship. The documentary reads this as maturity, not rupture. Morocco still prizes the French connection, but prices it differently. The younger generation's English and the economy's reorientation toward new partners mean the long shadow is now a chosen proximity. F4 Spain. The neighbor across the strait. Spain is the daily neighbor, separated by the strait, joined by the ferry, and complicated by the enclaves of Ceuta and Melilla, European soil on African ground. Fisheries, migration, and trade make Spain Morocco's most constant bilateral fact. The 2030 co-hostship turns rivalry into partnership, at least for a cycle. The geopolitical nuance is that Spain is both mirror and rival, the richer neighbor who industrialized earlier and now shares a World Cup. Morocco's quiet ambition is to use the pairing to close the gap, to be, by 2030 and after, not Europe's poor relation across the water but its equal co-host, and in the Mediterranean its preferred platform. The enclaves remain the unresolved note. The documentary names them without resolving them, because geopolitics is allowed to be unfinished. F5 The United States. The strategic partner beyond Europe, the United States and Morocco signed a free trade agreement that entered force in the mid-2000s, one of the few the U.S. has with an African Arab state, and Washington has consistently valued Morocco as a stable, pro-Western anchor in a volatile region, with close security and counterterrorism cooperation. The geopolitical meaning is ballast, a relationship that is not primarily about aid but about alignment. For the 2030 story, the U.S. matters as a counterweight in a market. Washington's backing lends the co-host bid weight and offers Morocco options beyond Europe and the Gulf. The documentary notes that U.S. interest is transactional and durable at once. It likes Morocco because Morocco is predictable, and it will stay interested as long as that holds. The autonomy lesson. A U.S. partnership is most valuable when it is one of several, not the only one. F6 China. The new presence in the Medina of power. China's rise as a global lender, builder, and trader has reached North Africa. Chinese firms bid on and build Moroccan infrastructure and compete in its import market, while Moroccan phosphate and materials feed Chinese industry. The geopolitical fact is a new pole in a field once dominated by Europe. Morocco's handling of China is the test of its balanced doctrine. It takes Chinese capacity where useful ports, rail, construction, without the political alignment or debt exposure that has entangled others. The documentary's lens is disciplined. Chinese involvement is welcomed as a vendor and a market, not embraced as a patron. The autonomy strategy requires that no single external partner become indispensable. China is one more card, played like the rest. F7 Africa as autonomy. The deepest geopolitical move in Morocco's strategy is the African one. Banks, fertilizer, and the Atlantic Gateway are not charity. They are the building of a sphere where Morocco is the hub, not the periphery. In a century where supply chains are re-examined for fragility, a Morocco wired into West and Sub-Saharan Africa through finance and trade is a Morocco whose fate is partly in its own hands. The diaspora, the ports, the fertilizer industry, and the Atlantic position together compose an African strategy that is also a sovereignty strategy. The documentary's closing geopolitical claim is that Morocco's autonomy, its ability to be courted by all and owned by none, rests on making Africa its near abroad. The 2030 World Cup is the spotlight. The African strategy is the foundation. A country that is indispensable to its continent is a country no single external power can bend. F8 The geopolitics synthesis put the poles together, and Morocco's 2030 geopolitics is a portrait of a middle power that refuses to be a pawn. It is pro-Western but not subordinate, African but not isolated, European adjacent but global south fluent, courted by the Gulf, the US, and China, and answering each with a measured yes. The risk is overextension, too many partners, too few delivered results. The reward is the rarest thing in international relations, optionality. The scenarios in Section C apply here too. A disciplined Morocco converts its geography into autonomy. A distracted one becomes the contested corridor everyone uses and no one protects. The geopolitics of 2030 is, finally, the external face of the same domestic discipline this entire supplement has mapped. End of supplementary deepening material Part 4 Further deepening additive The following subsections extend the supplement without retreading chapters 144. They synthesize the comparators, give the viewer a dashboard to judge the scenarios, and add daily life and identity texture the earlier parts only opened. B7 The common denominator. What late INDUSTRALIZRS actually share strip Korea, Turkey, Vietnam, and Poland down to mechanism and a single pattern surfaces. Late industrialization succeeds when four conditions hold at once and stalls when anyone is missing. The documentary should give the audience this skeleton so the country stories are not four anecdotes but one theory. First, a steerable state. Not necessarily an authoritarian one, Poland and Vietnam disprove that, but a state coherent enough to pick priorities and keep them for more than one political cycle. Morocco's monarchy supplies exactly this: institutional durability across decades, which is the rare asset most latecomers lack. The question is whether durability is paired with the second condition. Second, conditional protection. Every successful latecomer shielded an infant industry and then made the shield expire on performance. Korea tied chaebol life to export. Vietnam tied FDI access to local content. Poland tied fund drawdown to co-financing rules. Morocco's version is private and quieter integration targets on multinationals, but the logic is identical. The danger is the shield that never closes. Third, an education and skills machine aimed at the firm, not the exam. Korea's engineering pipeline and Poland's university build-out are the exhibits. Morocco's challenge is financing the AIM C3B more than stating it, Chapter 35. Fourth, macro stability as a cage, not a hope. Turkey and Portugal are the negative proofs. Without a stable frame, the platforms rust. Morocco's pipeline is large enough to test the cage directly. The synthesis is consoling and sobering at once. Consoling because Morocco already possesses the rarest input, a steerable, durable state. Sobering because the other three conditions are exactly the reform battles of Section C, and none is yet won. B8 Why Morocco's bet is its own, the constrained comparator, a documentary that only compared would mislead. Morocco is not Korea. It did not choose state conglomerates or authoritarian discipline. It is not Vietnam. Its adjacency is Europe, not China, and its politics are a monarchy, not a Leninist party. It is not Poland, no EU membership, no cohesion fund fire hose. It is not Turkey, its macro frame has been steadier, its politics more continuous. The honest comparative claim is therefore negative and positive at once. Morocco should borrow the mechanisms conditional protection, skills aim, macro cage, and reject the imitation it cannot and should not become any of them. This is why the three scenarios in Section C are the right frame. Morocco's path is not be like Korea. It is use Korea's discipline through Morocco's own institutions, a monarchy-led, FDI-led, Europe-adjacent, Africa-facing platform state. The comparator chapters exist to teach the discipline, not to supply a costume. The documentary's comparative spine is learn from everyone, copy no one, and let the scenarios decide the ending. C5 A scenario monitoring dashboard. 10 numbers that tell you which future is winning. A 5-hour edition should leave the viewer able to judge the bet themselves. The 10 readings below are anchored on dossier figures and framed as signposts, not as invented forecasts. Watch their direction over the coming years. The arrow, more than the level, reveals the scenario. 1. Graduate unemployment. Falling toward the low teens signals convergence. Stuck or rising signals plateau. 2. Youth 15-24 unemployment. The single most politically sensitive gauge. 3. Female labor force participation. Rising toward the upper 20s is the largest inclusion signal available. 4. Neat share of 1529. Having it is the social contract metric. 5. Automotive export value and its integration. Volume proves the platform. Integration proves the climb. 6. Aerospace integration. The canary for assembly versus engineering. 7. Tanger Med throughput versus nominal capacity. Running past nameplate is success with a congestion warning. 8. Water endowment and the drought signal. Stable or recovering per capita availability is the existential gauge. 9. Diaspora receipts. As countercyclical capital, a fall would warn of the stress scenario before the macro data does. 10. The infrastructure pipeline's financing composition. If external and non-inflationary financing grows faster than domestic absorption, the Portugal risk is live. A viewer who tracks these 10 will know, years before 2030, which of the three futures is compounding. The dashboard is the documentary's gift of agency. The transformation is not a verdict delivered in 2030. It is a trend readable now. D6. The informal economy and the daily life of the transformation. No daily life chapter is honest if it ignores the informal economy. The self-employed carpenter, the market trader, the unregistered workshop, the domestic worker. In Morocco, as in much of the global south, a large share of urban livelihood sits outside the formal payroll, and the transformation reaches these workers last and least. The dossier does not give us a current informality rate, and we will not invent one. The structural point needs none. The informal worker lives the transformation as a consumer, not a beneficiary. Prices rise D1. The new metro does not reach the quarter. The digital service requires a formal ID and a data balance D3 that the irregular life lacks. For Salma-style entrepreneurs, A3, the jump from informal to formal is the single most consequential decision they make, because formalization unlocks credit C3C in contracts but costs the flexibility that kept them alive. The state's task, rarely named plainly, is to make formalization a promotion, not a penalty. The daily life of the transformation, for most Moroccans, is decided less by the World Cup than by whether the informal ladder has a next rung. E5. Heritage and landscape as identity and brand. Soft power. Section E rests on a physical stage. The Medina, the Atlas, the Sahara, the Atlantic coast. Morocco's advantage is that its heritage is not a museum but a living, photographed, visited, and filmed space. The dossier's tourism arc is, at root, a vote for the brand that heritage and landscape built. The Medinas of Fez and Marrakesh, the earthen architecture of the south, the coastal fortifications, and the mountain terraces are not backdrops. They are the material proof of a civilization that managed scarcity and beauty together for a millennium. The documentary's identity claim is that a country which preserves its layered past while building its fast future is more attractive to tourists, to investors, to its own young, than a country that erases one for the other. Heritage is not the opposite of development. It is development's most durable advertisement. The geopolitics of F7 and the culture of E1 through E4 all lean, finally, on a country comfortable in its own skin. F9, the 2030 World Cup as a geopolitical instrument. Chapters 29 and 32 treat the World Cup as event and as economic multiplier. This subsection treats it as statecraft. A co-hostship shared with Spain and Portugal is, for Morocco, a certification of status, an African monarchy admitted as an equal to a European stage, with the centenary matches in South America underscoring the global, not merely regional, character of the honor. The geopolitical use is threefold. It locks Morocco into the Western institutional furniture, FIFA, UEFA-adjacent logistics, European security coordination. At the moment, great powers compete for influence. It showcases the autonomous, Africa-facing identity, F7, to a planet that rarely looks south of the Mediterranean with seriousness. And it forces the discipline of Section C into a hard deadline. The stadiums, rails, and airports must be ready. which concentrates state capacity the way a deadline always does. The risk, as Portugal taught B6, is that the instrument becomes the master, a country that builds for the date and forgets the decade. The geopolitical art is to use 2030 as a lever for the autonomy F7 describes, not as a substitute for it. F10, closing the geopolitical loop, the geopolitics of 2030 resolves to a sentence the whole supplement has been building toward. Morocco's geography made it a crossroads. Its policy is making it a node. Its discipline will decide whether the node becomes a hub or a passage. Courted by the Gulf, France, Spain, the US, and China, wired into Africa and like to cross divides, Morocco has optionality few middle powers enjoy. Optionality spent on autonomy is sovereignty. Optionality spent on spectacle is a memory. The viewer leaves the 5-hour film not with a prediction but with a verdict to render, year by year, on the 10 dials of C5, and with the faces of Section A as the reason it matters. End of Part 4. Final supplementary material Part 5. Final deepening. Additive A6. Vignette synthesis. How the 5 faces map onto the 3 scenarios. The 5 composites of Section A are not decoration. They are the scenarios of Section C made human. Read them as a key. Amain the graduate A1 is the indicator in C5 reading number 1 and 2. In the convergence scenario, she is hired into the cluster her degree predicted. In the plateau scenario, she remains a credentialed job seeker. In the stress scenario, even the short contracts thin out. Yasin the factory worker, A2, is readings 5, 6, and 7. His wage and his ladder track automotive and aerospace integration and Tanger Med's congestion. Salma the entrepreneur, A3, is reading 3 and the SME credit reform C3C. Her scaling is the female participation and formalization dial in one person. Brahim the farmer, A4, is reading 8, the existential water gauge. Karim the returnee, A5, is reading 9, the counter-cyclical diaspora flow. The documentary's argument made concrete. The scenarios are not abstractions to be debated by economists. They are the lives of 5 people, multiplied by millions, bending one way or the other depending on the discipline applied to the reforms. The faces are why the macros matter. This synthesis is the hinge that lets a viewer hold the personal and the structural in the same hand, the whole point of a 5-hour treatment over a highlight reel. D7 Regional Daily Life. One transformation, many Moroccos, the daily life of the transformation is not one life. It is several, separated by region as much as by class. The documentary should let the viewer travel the country's uneven surface without rehearsing Chapter 36's structural account. Here the lens is the live day. The northern corridor, Tangier, Kenitra, Rabat, Casablanca, is where the transformation is densest. The daily life here is fast, wage-earning, and crowded. The cost of living squeeze D1 bites hardest precisely because the jobs are here. Yasin A2 lives this Morocco. The southern arc Agadir, Marrakesh, Ouarzazate, and the Sahara edge is where the transformation is renewable and touristic. The daily life here is seasonal, visitor-shaped, and sunlit. The water constraint Brahim, A4, is most physical in the dry south, even as the same sun powers the green hydrogen ambition. The Sahara regions carry the long game. A desert made productive by molecules and electrons is the most ambitious regional bet of all. The interior and the Atlas, the South, the Middle Atlas, the Oriental, live the transformation as a distant weather system. The rail does not reach. The port is far. The clinic is thin, D4. The daily life here is the 2-speed country felt as a horizon, the sense that the future is being built somewhere else, and that the question of inclusion, C23, is, for this Morocco, the question of whether the corridor's gravity ever pulls outward. The documentary's regional honesty is to refuse a single Moroccan experience, and to show the transformation as a set of concentric circles, some bright, some waiting. F11 The diaspora as bridge. Mechanism, not metaphor. Chapter 23 establishes the diaspora, This subsection gives its mechanism, because the daily life and the geopolitics both run through it. The Moroccan abroad is three things at once: a remitter, a market access node, Karim A5, opening a logistics firm, and a soft power ambassador, the like-to-broad asset of E4. The Marhaba operation is the annual physical reunion that renews all three. The strategic point is that the diaspora converts geography into loyalty. A country with millions of citizens in Europe, the Gulf and beyond does not need to choose between North and South, F1. It is both by blood. The risk, restated from C25 and reading 9, is that the flow is sentimental and countercyclical. It rises in confidence and can fall in crisis, so it must be institutionalized, dual citizenship, diaspora investment vehicles, skills exchange, rather than merely welcomed. The documentary's diaspora thesis: treat the eighth or so of the nation abroad as standing infrastructure, and the daily life of the transformation gains a stabilizer no domestic policy alone can supply. C6. An illustrative reform timeline, 2026-2040. What discipline looks like year by year to make the scenario mechanics tangible? The supplement closes with a stylized timeline of the discipline convergence path. None of it invents a statistic. It sequences the reforms of Section C against the dossier's known milestones. 2026-2027. Phase the infrastructure pipeline against absorption. Stand up the SME Credit Guarantee Facility, C3C, and the PPP Cost-Benefit Gate, C3D. Begin tiered water pricing, C3E, in the non-poor urban connection. These are the cage moves that decide whether Turkey's or Poland's story repeats. 2028-2029. Link education funding to employability, C3B, as the first university cohorts feel it. Deepen automotive and aerospace integration past current marks. Complete the airport rebuild and the rail extensions. The 2030 World Cup arrives into an economy already mid-climb, not at the starting line. 2030-2032, convert the event dividend. Tourist loyalty beyond the spike, brand capital banked E4, and the deadline discipline retained as habit. Watch reading 9 MRE receipts for the post-event confidence test. 2033-2035. The World Bank's modeled job dividend becomes real or rhetorical depending on whether labor market reform, C3A, absorbed entrants faster than it registered them. Female participation begins its climb out of the late teens. 2036-2040. The scenario resolves. If the 10 dials of C5 all point the right way, Morocco 2040 is the convergence portrait of C4, a hub of an Atlantic African economy, visibly sovereign, plausibly upper-middle income. If even 3 dials have stalled, it is the plateau. The timeline's only certainty is that the years before 2030 are when the curve is bent. The year 2030 itself is a milestone on a road, not the road's end, the exact lesson of Chapter 33. C7. The discipline is the destination. Every section of this supplement returns to one claim, and it is worth stating plain before the credits. Morocco has already done the hard part that most countries never manage. It built the platforms, the port, the train, the plants, the airports, the solar fields, the stadiums, and it did so with a durability of purpose, B7, that late industrializers rarely possess. What remains is not more construction but more conversion, turning platforms into positions, volumes into value, infrastructure into inclusion, and a co-hosted World Cup into a sovereign trajectory. The faces of Section A are why this matters. The comparators of Section B are how it has been done before. The scenario mechanics of Section C are the lever. The daily life of Section D is the test. The culture of Section E is the staying power. The geopolitics of Section F is the frame. None of these is a prediction. Together they are an instruction. The transformation is real, but it is not yet finished, and finishing it is a choice repeated every budget, every reform, every season of rain. A 5-hour documentary can show the whole machine. Only Morocco can run it. End of supplement. Word count report below == Part 6. Still further deepening additive. B9. Two more USTRILIZR lessons. Singapore and the UAE. The four core comparators, B1 through B4, are large economies with histories Morocco only partly resembles. Two smaller platforms broaden the lesson and speak directly to Morocco's own scale and ambition, Singapore and the United Arab Emirates. Neither duplicates the earlier cases, and both illuminate the hub state Morocco is trying to become. Singapore is the purest proof that size is not destiny. A port city with no resources became a high-income, innovation and finance hub by combining a steerable state, ruthless skills investment, and unbroken macro discipline. The very four conditions of B7, applied at city-state scale. Its warning for Morocco is the opposite of Turkey's. Singapore succeeded precisely because it never confused a headline GDP with a shallow base. It climbed the value chain deliberately, from textiles to semiconductors to biotech to finance. The takeaway is not that Morocco should become Singapore. It cannot, demographically or geographically, but that the climb from assembly to ownership, Yassin's ladder, A2 is the only durable route, and that a small platform can outturn a large one by climbing faster. The UAE and Dubai especially is the comparator Morocco studies most openly, because the Gulf is a partner, F2, and a rival. The Emirates converted oil rents into aviation, logistics, tourism, and finance hubs. Dubai's airport and airline became global nodes. Its free zones attracted the same multinationals Morocco courts. The lesson is double. The encouraging half. A desert state with vision and capital can become indispensable to global flows. The cautionary half. The model leans on hydrocarbon wealth and on expatriate labor that does the work while citizens capture the rent, a structure Morocco, with its large native workforce and no oil, cannot and should not copy. Morocco's version must be the UAE's connectivity without the UAE's dependence. Hubs built on geography and discipline, not on a fuel rent. The comparator thus sharpens the autonomy argument of F7. Be the hub, avoid the rent. F12. Climate diplomacy. Morocco as a north-south bridge. Morocco hosted the United Nations Climate Conference, COP22, in Marrakesh in 2016, and has positioned itself as a credible voice linking the renewable ambitions of the global north with the adaptation needs of the global south. This is geopolitics of a quieter kind, and it belongs in the 2030 frame because the green transition is also the hydrogen bet Chapter 16, and the water bet Chapter 37, and the Southern Renewables Arc, D7. Climate diplomacy is soft power with a balance sheet. By championing both ambitious renewables at home and equitable adaptation abroad, Morocco occupies the one chair at the table where the North needs the South, and the South trusts the North-adjacent broker. The 2030 co-hostship, F9, and the COP heritage together make Morocco a recurring convener, a country whose geography, F1, and whose green assets let it mediate the centuries defining negotiation. The risk, restated from C3E in Chapter 16, is to posture on the global stage while the domestic water and energy transitions lag. The diplomats are believed only if the desert actually powers something. Climate is where Morocco's geopolitics and its daily life meet. E6. The everyday culture. Food, craft, and the Medina economy identity is also lunch and a lathe. Moroccan daily culture, the tagine and the mint tea, the leather and metalwork of the souks, the calligraphy and the tile, the communal courtyard and the roof terrace is not folklore. It is an economy and a bond. The Medina economy employs artisans whose skills are inherited and endangered, and who are themselves a soft power export. A Moroccan hand on leather or zellige is a brand no factory in another country can counterfeit. The crafts sectors have long been a target of state support and of export ambition, and the tourism arc depends on their survival. Visitors buy the carpet and the lantern as much as the beach. The documentary's cultural point is that modernization that kills the craft kills a piece of the brand. The task is to let the artisan compete, not to museum him. The everyday culture is the floor under the cinema E1, the music E2, and the literature E3. A country that eats, builds, and trades beautifully is a country whose soft power is grounded in lived skill, not in a campaign. This is identity as infrastructure, the same logic the reform sections apply to ports, applied to a courtyard workshop. D8, the green daily life. The transition at the socket, the energy transition, is usually told as gigawatts, chapter 1516. Its daily life face is the socket, the stove, and the charger. For most Moroccans, the green transition will be felt as the bill and the blackout, not as the array. The South's solar wealth and the wind profile, chapter 2, are the supply. The daily question is whether the household sees cheaper, reliable power or simply a noisier debate about tariffs. In the convergence path, renewables and eventually green molecules, chapter 16, lower the import bill for energy, ease the macro cage, B7, and take pressure off the water-energy nexus. Desalination, after all, is energy hungry, and cheaper clean power makes water security cheaper, C3E. In the plateau or stress path, the transition stalls as a headline, the import bill stays, and the daily life of energy remains a vulnerability. The green daily life is thus the place where the production chapters and the household chapters touch. The desert sun, if converted with discipline, lights Brahim's village and runs Salma's machines. The transformation, here as everywhere, is decided less by the resource than by the reform. Closing note to the supplement: this supplement was written to deepen, not to replace. It gives faces to the aggregates, section A. Maps Morocco inside the long human story of late industrialization, section B. Supplies the machinery beneath the three scenarios, section C. Walks the texture of daily life, section D. Names the culture beneath the soft power, section E. And sets the country inside the century's great game, section F. Every contemporary Moroccan figure used is drawn from the verified dossier and tagged. Every comparator and every cultural claim is established general knowledge. Every forward statement is marked as scenario, forecast, or analysis. The viewer who reads this alongside the core manuscript holds the full machine, and on the 10 dials of C5, the means to judge it. Final word count Part 7, regional comparators and the politics of aspiration additive B10. The Maghreb next door. Tunisia and Algeria as mirrors. The 4 core comparators sit far from Morocco. The 2 nearest neighbors sit beside it, and they are the most uncomfortably instructive. Tunisia and Algeria share Morocco's language, history, and Mediterranean fate, and they have taken different roads Morocco did not take and should understand. Tunisia made the boldest political turn of the region in 2011, opening a democratic transition, but struggled economically thereafter. Stalled growth, fiscal strain, and persistent youth emigration. Its lesson for Morocco is about sequencing and sustainability. That political opening without an economic engine leaves the young, chapter 34, with rights and without roots, and that the immigration pressure the documentary names, chapter 1, is the symptom of an engine that has not caught. Morocco's choice, political continuity paired with an FDI-led economic push, is the implicit rebuttal. It traded the drama of transition for the patience of platforms. Algeria is the rentier mirror. Vast hydrocarbon wealth, a large state, and a long struggle to diversify beyond the fuel rent, punctuated by the 2019 popular movement that forced political change without delivering economic transformation. Its lesson is the UAE's warning, benign in harsher form, that a resource rent can finance a state for decades while quietly postponing the hard work of building a non-rent economy. Morocco, with no oil, was forced into that hard work early, which is why its platforms, ports, rails, plants, are broader based than a rentier's. The Maghreb comparison is thus a quiet source of confidence. Morocco's constraint, no oil, was its discipline. The regional reading also frames the Africa strategy, F7. A Maghreb that integrates would multiply every member's options, a Maghreb that does not leave each to bargain alone. Morocco's Atlantic African turn is partly a hedge against a Maghreb that remains, as it has long been more a line on the map than a market. The documentary names this without nostalgia. The neighborhood is what it is, and autonomy is built regardless. F-13 Migration, the Strait, and the geopolitics of aspiration. No geopolitical fact shapes Morocco more intimately than the Strait, Chapter 2, and the aspiration it both enables and frustrates. The crossing to Europe is, simultaneously, a safety valve, Chapter 1, a brain drain, a remittance river, F-11, and a permanent point of tension with Spain, F-4, over the enclaves of Ceuta and Melilla. The daily life face is Emane's contemporaries, A1, who calculate honestly whether the ferry is a career move. It is the perilous crossings the documentary references without sensationalizing. It is the quiet arithmetic of a young population beside a richer shore. Morocco's cooperation with Europe on migration management is a recurring pillar of the bilateral relationship, Chapter 21, and the diaspora it produced is now among the country's greatest assets, F-11, A5. The geopolitical craft is to hold two truths, that immigration relieves pressure at home and builds bridge abroad, and that mass immigration of talent is a tax on the future the transformation is meant to remove. The convergence scenario, C4, is, in migration terms, the one in which Emane stays because the job at home is worth staying for, the ultimate indicator that the platforms became positions. The Strait, then, is the daily life question and the geopolitical question at once. Not how to stop the crossing, but how to make the staying the rational choice. Supplement coda across 7 parts. This supplement has refused to repeat the core manuscript and chosen instead to thicken it. Faces, comparators, scenario machinery, daily life, culture, geopolitics, and the regional mirrors beside the Strait. The through line is unbudgeable. Morocco has built the platforms. The open question is whether it converts them. The 5 faces show who is waiting. The comparators show it can be done and how it goes wrong. The scenarios show the choice is live. The dashboard shows it is measurable now. The 5-hour film can end on no stronger note than this. The transformation is real, the destination is open, and the discipline to reach it is the one act no external partner can perform for Morocco. That is the whole story, told once at the headline level and again here at the level of the life, the region, and the century. End of supplement, final word count below Part 8. How to use this supplement, and the dossier anchors its CITES How to use this supplement, a viewer's and editor's guide. This supplementary manuscript is organized so a 5-hour edit can draw from it without disturbing the 44 core chapters. Section A supplies 5 illustrative human portraits for cutaway sequences or narration over B-roll. Each is explicitly labeled a composite, so it can be used as illustration without implying a real named individual or a statistic. Section B gives the comparator backbone for any late industrialization segment, with Korea, Turkey, Vietnam, Poland, Spain, Portugal, Singapore, the UAE, and the Maghreb peers as discrete, citable blocks. Section C is the scenario workshop, the machinery, the reform areas, the monitoring dashboard, and the timeline, directly usable in the chapters 42-44 deepening. Section D is the daily life layer for any, what does it feel like passage. Section E is the culture and soft power depth behind Chapter 25. Section F is the geopolitics stack behind chapters 2022 and 29. Editors can lift any block verbatim. None overlaps a core chapter's argument. The tagging system is deliberate and consistent, marks a verified dossier figure, marks finished infrastructure, marks work in progress, or marks stated plans or institutional targets, marks a multilateral estimate, marks interpretation, marks a diverging future, marks a constructed, non-data portrait. No contemporary Moroccan statistic outside the dossier is asserted anywhere in this supplement. Dossier anchors cited consolidated reference, VERIFIED FIGURES only. The following verified dossier figures are the only contemporary Moroccan numbers used in this supplement. They are listed here as a single audit trail. None is altered or embellished. Growth, 2025 real growth. Percent official Moroccan source, July 2026. World Bank ~4, 2%. IMF article IV ~4, 4%. Early mid-2026 forecasts stayed above 4% and varied. Infrastructure pipeline. IMF estimate 2024-2030 connectivity plus tourism ~MAD 190 billion, 11, 9% of 2024 GDP. Gains reduced by import content, crowding out financing. Tanger Med 2024. 10,241,392 TEUs, plus 18.8%. 4 terminals, ~9 MTEU nominal. Vehicles 600,872, Renault/SOMACA 368,843. Stellantis 170,519. Transship 34,100. Imported 27,410. Trucks 516,842, plus 81%. Marhaba ~3, 05 M passengers, 1,500 companies. Rail. Al Borak Tanger Casablanca via Kenitra/Rabat operational. Kenitra Marrakech extension ~430 km at ~320 km/h announced under construction. Airports. ONDA 2025-2030 plan ~MAD 38 billion. Casablanca Mohammed V Hub. Automotive. V/er. Stellantis Kenitra 200K to 400K. Micromobility 135K. Total ~535K units or 3,000 jobs. Stellantis 2030 target, EUR6B and 75% integration. Auto exports Janjun 2026 ~MAD 93.7B, plus 17.4%. Aerospace. Marrakesh Air Show 2024 147 companies, 20,000 jobs, ~40% integration. Safran Complex construction at Noisur from Oct 2025. Renewables. Norwazazate. Capacity not equal to generation. Green hydrogen opportunity with risks. Tourism. 2024 17.4 M plus 20%. ~8. 8 M foreign plus ~8, 6 M MRE. 2025 nearly 20 M Inkle. Diaspora 2030 target M. Mega events. World Cup 2030 awarded 11 Deck 2024 to Morocco, Portugal, Spain. Centenary matches in Uruguay, Argentina, Paraguay. Morocco co-hosts Rabat, Casablanca/Ben Slimane, Tangier, Marrakesh, Fez, Agadir. AFCON 2025 held 21 Deck 2025, 18 Jan 2026. Labor. EMO 2026 replaced ENE 2026, not comparable. Older 2025 unemployment ~13, 0%. Youth 15-24 ~37, 2%. Graduate ~19, 1%. Female ~20, 5%. EMO 2026 Q2 2026 participation 42.2% national, male 66.5%, female 18.1%. NEET HCP 2026 ~1 and 3 of 1529. Women LFP ~19% earlier. EMO 2026 Q2 2026 female 18.1% versus male 66.5%. Water, 2,560 M3 personer 1960 to 620 M3/person/ or 2020. 2025-26 improved. 7-year drought broken Jan 2026. One good season, not the end. Census. RGPH 2024 population 36,828,330. Multidimensional poverty down 2014-2024. Rural regional vulnerabilities. Two-speed country. Digital. Digital Morocco 2030 targets ~240,000 jobs plus training. World Bank $650 M June 2026 digital plus climate cyber. Diaspora, MRE receipts in June 2026 plus 99% YoY trade first half 2026. Automotive Med 93.7B plus 17.4%. Total plus 12.2%. Travel plus 15.9%. MRE plus 9.9%. FDI strong. Jobs, World Bank 2026 modeled up to 1.7 M additional by 2035. Every figure above is used in the supplement exactly as verified. Interpretation around them is tagged or. This reference exists so the editorial team can confirm, at a glance, that the deepening material honors the source discipline required of the full film. End of supplement. Final word count report Part 9. Placement in the 5-hour edition. Closing note. For pacing. A documentary narration voice typically carries on the order of 150 to 160 words per minute. On that basis, the roughly 20,000 words of the core manuscript account for about 2.5 hours, and this supplement's roughly 15,000 additional words account for a further 1.5 to 2 hours of screen time, bringing the assembled film toward the 5-hour ambition the project set. The supplement is designed to be interleaved, not appended. The vignettes of Section A belong beside the youth, women, water, and diaspora chapters. The comparators of Section B belong in any late industrialization segment. The scenario machinery of Section C belongs beside chapters 42-44. Section D belongs wherever daily life is evoked. Section E deepens the soft power thread. Section F widens the geopolitics. Editors may also run selected blocks as standalone interlude features between core chapters. This closing note is the last word of the supplementary manuscript. It does not alter, summarize, or rewrite any of the 44 existing chapters. It only extends them. The verified dossier anchors it relies on are listed in Part 8, and every interpretive claim is tagged so the editorial team can separate fact from forecast from scenario at a glance. The transformation, as the core film argues, is real, and this supplement exists to make sure the viewer understands, in faces, in comparison, in mechanism, in daily life, in culture, and in the geometry of the world, exactly what that reality demands. End of supplement. Final word count report Part Extra 2, SECTORS, regions, and RISKS additive deepening, Prologue. The economy most Moroccans actually live. The 2030 story is usually told in superlatives. The stadiums rising from the coastline, the high-speed train knitting the cities together, the container ships gliding out of Tanger Med in numbers that set records. Those are the photographs, but a country is not its flagship projects. It is the quiet machinery of everyday production. The field irrigated before dawn, the sardine boat easing out of a southern port while the town still sleeps, the seamstress at a cutting table in a Tangier-free zone, the call center agent in Casablanca answering a French customer at midnight, the miner descending toward the cobalt seam at Bu Azar. This section of the film steps back from the podiums and the opening ceremonies to look at the economy as most Moroccans actually experience it, and at the fault lines that the glow of 2030 can temporarily conceal. A World Cup and a co-hosted continental tournament are bright lights. They illuminate some things and cast long shadows over others. The structural questions: can the non-flagship economy employ the young? Can the regions beyond the growth poles share the gain? Can the public balance sheet absorb the borrowing? Are the questions that will outlast the tournaments. Here we go looking for them. 1. The land transformed, agriculture, modernization, and the Green Morocco Plan. Agriculture has always been the silent backbone of the Moroccan economy. For generations, it has employed a larger share of the working population than any factory or office, anchored rural life across the plains and oases, and acted as the country's most reliable source of both abundance and hardship, swinging between good harvests and drought with a regularity no 5-year plan could fully smooth. To understand modern Morocco, you have to understand that the farm is not a nostalgic backdrop. It is a strategic sector, a source of exports, a guarantor of a degree of food security, a manager of scarce water, and the place where most of the country's poor still live. The decisive policy turn came with the Green Morocco Plan Maroc Vert, launched in 2008. It was, for its era, an unusually clear-sighted strategy, built on two pillars that deliberately refused a single model of farming. The first pillar targeted modern, market-oriented, export-capable agriculture, consolidated irrigated perimeters, higher-value permanent crops such as citrus, olives, and vineyards, dairy and poultry intensification, and the contractual linkage of large farmers to processors and to foreign markets. The second pillar, the solidarity pillar, was aimed at the smallholder majority, rainfed cereals, legumes, and the upland and oasis systems where productivity was low and vulnerability high, reached through extension services, equipment, and livelihood support rather than through capital-intensive modernization alone. The dual-pillar logic was the plan's quiet wisdom. A country that simply supercharged large commercial farms would have grown exports while leaving the rural poor behind. A country that only protected smallholders would have stayed poor. The Green Morocco Plan tried to do both at once, and in doing so it framed agriculture as an industry to be managed, not a tradition to be preserved. Drip irrigation, on-demand pumping within licensed perimeters, and the clustering of crops into export value chains all followed from that framing. The results, where water and capital allowed, were visible. A more export-ready horticulture, a more reliable supply of high-value fruit and vegetables to European shelves in winter, and a measurable deepening of the modern farmer segment. But the plan also exposed the country's central tension. Morocco remains deeply dependent on rainfall for its staple cereals, and a large share of the national cereal loaf is sourced from world markets rather than domestic fields, a structural fact of geography, not of policy failure. The modern pillar thrives on irrigation. The solidarity pillar leans on the sky. When the rains fail, the cereals fail, imports rise, and the trade bill widens, exactly the mechanism that makes the public accounts sensitive to weather. And irrigation itself collides with the country's gathering water crisis. Every drop delivered to a high-value orchard is a drop not available to a downstream oasis or a refilled aquifer. The strategy did not end with the 2008 plan. It was succeeded by the Generation Green 2020-2030 framework, which carries the logic forward with a stronger emphasis on youth, on the agricultural sectors that add the most value, on resilience to climate stress, and on the linkages between farming and the rest of the economy, food processing, logistics, and rural services. The through line is consistent. Morocco is trying to convert a rain-dependent, employment-heavy rural base into a managed, value-adding, water-aware agricultural system without stripping the smallholder of a livelihood. Whether that balance holds under a worsening climate is the open question, and it is the same question that hangs over the 2030 wager as a whole: build the future without abandoning the present. For the documentary, the agriculture story is the counterweight to the stadium story. The farm still holds a very large share of Moroccan employment, especially in the center and south. If the transformation is real, it must reach the fella as well as the engineer. The Green Morocco Plan and its successor are the instruments. The drought is the adversary. 2. The blue economy, fisheries, and aquaculture. Morocco commands one of the richest fishing grounds in Africa, washed by the cold, nutrient-rich Atlantic current that wells up along its long southern coast. The sardine is the flagship species, a small fish that has fed the country and its canneries for a century and anchored whole port towns to the rhythm of the sea. Beyond sardine, the catch spans mackerel, cephalopods, crustacea, and a varied artisanal haul from Agadir to Lyon to Dakhla. The modernizing push came as the Halyudi's strategy, launched in 2009. Its ambition was to treat fishing not as a harvest to be taken but as a sector to be built. Modernized landing ports, a stronger processing and canning industry, better stock management, and crucially, a planned aquaculture segment to complement the wild catch. The logic was sound. A country that simply pulls fish from the sea eventually empties the sea. A country that adds value on shore fillets instead of round fish, cans instead of fresh export risk, processed goods instead of raw catch, keeps more of the value and more of the jobs. And a country that farms the water through aquaculture diversifies its supply against the volatility of the wild stock. Fishing is a major foreign exchange earner and a large employer in the coastal belt, with the canning industry, sardine canning above all, a historic pillar of exports to Europe. Yet the sector carries two chronic tensions. The first is biological. The same upwelling that makes the grounds productive also makes them fragile. Overfishing, bycatch, and the pressure of a large artisanal fleet competing with industrial vessels are permanent risks that no strategy letter resolves. Stock science, quotas, and enforcement are the unglamorous work that decides whether the grounds stay rich. The second tension is structural. The artisanal fisher, the man in the small boat, is not a backward figure to be abolished. He is the livelihood of whole neighborhoods, and any modernization that prices him out of the water solves a productivity problem by creating a social one. Aquaculture is the sector's hoped-for third act. Morocco has lagged its Mediterranean neighbors in farmed production, sea bass and sea bream in cages, shellfish in lagoons, but the coastline and the cold, clean current are assets, and the demand side is favorable. European consumers pay for certified, traceable, low-footprint protein. The constraint is not the sea but the system around it, sites, permits, feed, and the cold chain. Aquaculture done well is a high-skill, capital-light complement to capture fisheries. Done carelessly, it is an environmental liability. The 2030 horizon matters here because a country eager to show a blue economy to the world has every reason to get the aquaculture and stock governance right before the cameras arrive. For the film, the fishing story is a parable of the whole modernization dilemma in miniature, a resource that is both a heritage and a balance sheet item, a workforce that is both a cost and a community, and a state that must be steward of the sea without becoming enemy of the shore. 3. Threads of the kingdom, textile and clothing. Textiles and clothing are among Morocco's oldest modern exports. Long before the car plants and the aerospace cabinets, the country's seamstresses and cutters were feeding the European wardrobe. First through the offshoring wave of the 1980s and 1990s, and then through the trade agreements that bound Moroccan manufacturing to the European market. The sector spans two very different animals: a layer of larger, often integrated manufacturers, denim mills, knitwear plants, full-package houses, and a broad base of small and mid-sized subcontractors that take orders, cut, sew, and finish. The sector's enduring asset is geography and treaty. Morocco sits a short CN truck hop from the richest apparel market on earth, and it does so under trade accords, the EU Association Agreement and the US Free Trade Agreement among them, that strip tariffs from qualifying goods. For a fast fashion buyer in Paris or a label in London, made in Morocco has long meant a lead time measured in days rather than the weeks a shipment from Asia requires, and a cultural and linguistic proximity that smooths the endless small corrections of the trade. That proximity premium is the sector's moat, but moats erode. The competition is fierce and comes from two directions. From the east, Turkey and a reshored European base compete on speed and on integrated fabric supply. From the Far East, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and China compete on price at a scale Morocco cannot match. The pandemic and the Suez blockage years briefly reminded buyers that a nearby supplier is a form of insurance. The risk is that this nearshoring preference proves cyclical rather than permanent. The strategic task for Morocco is to climb the value chain, from cut-make-trim commodity work toward design, own brand development, and technical textiles, the engineered fabrics used in industry, medicine, and transport, and to deepen local fabric and input supply, so that the country is not merely a low-wage sewing hand for imported cloth. The sector is a major employer of women, and therefore a quiet lever on the female labor participation problem that dogs the wider economy. Yet it is also exposed on the demand side to the very European consumer it serves. Eco-design rules, carbon accounting, and the tightening sustainability expectations of EU buyers are no longer a side issue. They are becoming a condition of market access. A Moroccan garment plant that cannot show a clean, traceable, low-carbon production line risks losing the contracts that the proximity premium won. The 2030 effect is double-edged. A Europe focused on Morocco raises visibility, but a Europe focused on its own green rules raises the bar. For the documentary, the textile story is the reminder that not every winning sector is a headline. Cars and planes make the news, the cutting table makes the exports, and the cutting table is where the female participation dial, one of the country's hardest stuck, actually moves. 4. The quiet export offshore IT and business process outsourcing. Morocco has, over the past 2 decades, built itself into a credible nearshore destination for the world's back offices and service centers. The pitch is deceptively simple: a workforce that speaks French, Arabic, English, and Spanish, a time zone that overlaps comfortably with Europe, and a cost structure well below the Paris or Madrid average. The product began as voice call centers answering billing queries and has been deliberately pushed up the ladder toward IT services, software, engineering design, and knowledge process work. The instruments were offshore parks and investment promotion. The Casablanca and Rabat clusters, the Tanger and Fez nodes, wrapped in a national strategy that treats services offshoring as a proper industry rather than a happy accident. The Digital Morocco 2030 framework sets an ambition of roughly 240,000 jobs in the digital and offshoring economy, backed by a World Bank-supported program of about $650 million approved in June 2026. A figure drawn from the verified dossier, not invented here. The opportunity is real, but the competitive set is crowded. Eastern Europe serves the same European client at similar quality. India and Mauritius serve the English-speaking world more cheaply. Tunisia and Egypt compete for the French and Arab accounts on Morocco's doorstep. The differentiator Morocco must defend is the language bundle. Few countries comfortably cover French, Arabic, English, and Spanish at once, combined with proximity and political stability. The danger is that the sector stalls in low-value voice work, where wages are thin and contracts movable, rather than converting into the higher-value software and engineering services that retain talent and resist relocation. This is also where the brain drain story and the diaspora story meet. A young Moroccan engineer trained in Casablanca can be kept at home by a growing local tech sector, or pulled to Paris, Montreal, or the Gulf by a richer one abroad. The offshoring sector is, in this sense, a retention strategy as much as an export strategy. Every French-language support center and every nearshore software shop that opens in Morocco is one more reason a skilled graduate does not have to leave to earn a skilled graduate's wage. That is why the Digital Morocco 2030 target is not merely an employment number. It is a demographic statement. 5. Beneath the Atlas, mining beyond phosphate. Phosphate is the mineral every viewer will have heard of, and with good reason. Morocco holds the largest reserves of phosphate rock on the planet, and the state group OCP has spent years converting that geology into fertilizer capacity and into African influence. That story is told elsewhere in this film. The point of this section is the rest of the mineral estate, the metals and industrial minerals that sit, less famous, beneath the same ground. Morocco is more than phosphate. It is among the world's leading producers of barite, the heavy mineral used in oil and gas drilling fluids and in industry. It holds cobalt at Bu Azar, one of the very few primary cobalt sources outside the Democratic Republic of Congo, and therefore a strategically interesting one at a moment when battery and defense supply chains are being politically re-engineered. It produces zinc, lead, copper, silver, gold, fluorite, and manganese in varying measure across the Anti-Atlas and the eastern and southern formations. None of these individually matches phosphate in weight, but together they constitute a genuine diversification of the subsurface and a quiet hedge against a world that is chasing the metals of the energy transition. The strategic opening is obvious. A country that sits on cobalt and on industrial minerals, and that also sits on cheap solar and wind, is theoretically placed to become more than a rock exporter. To refine, to process, to feed the battery and materials chains that Europe and North America are desperate to friendshore. The hazards are equally obvious, and they are the classic hazards of mineral wealth. First, the resource curse trap. The rents of extraction can crowd out the discipline of manufacturing, and the boom of one metal can distort a currency and a budget. Second, governance. Artisanal and small-scale mining, where it exists, carries safety and informality risks that a modern state must police rather than ignore. Third, the value-added question: rock shipped is value lost. Rock refined and fabricated at home is employment kept. Morocco's phosphate experience, in which OCP became a development engine rather than a mere concession, is the template the smaller minerals should study. The honest framing is that mining beyond phosphate is a promise, not a plan. The geology is there. The strategy, the processing capacity, and the linkage to the rest of the economy are the work that remains. For a 2030 narrative built on transformation, the minerals question is whether Morocco mines its way to a higher rung or merely mines its way to a fuller treasury. 6. The shadow economy structure, scale, and the formalization dilemma. A very large share of urban Moroccan livelihood sits outside the formal payroll. The dossier gives no current informality rate, and we will not invent one. The structural point needs none. The informal economy is not a single thing. It is the street vendor with a cart of oranges, the unregistered workshop making doors or garments, the informal transport, the petty taxi and the grand taxi that move the country, the day laborer on a construction site, the domestic worker in a household, the micro-trader whose entire business is cash and memory. Informality has a dual logic, and the documentary must hold both halves at once. The first half is protective. The informal economy is the country's great shock absorber. When formal jobs do not exist in number, and they do not for the young, the informal sector is where the young and the unskilled nonetheless eat. It is flexible, it needs little capital, and it asks no questions about a diploma you do not have. The second half is a drag. Informal activity narrows the tax base, denies the worker retirement and health cover, traps productivity below what a formal firm could reach, and leaves the state financing services from a narrower pool than the economy as a whole implies. The policy record is a long effort to make formalization a promotion rather than a penalty. The generalization of compulsory health insurance, rolled out from 2021-2022, was an attempt to give the informal worker a reason to enter the system, coverage first, obligations later. The deeper obstacle is structural, not cultural. Formalization typically means new costs, tax, social contributions, compliance, in exchange for benefits, credit, contracts, protection that arrive later and uncertainly. For a micro-enterprise living hand-to-mouth, the cost is present and the benefit is a promise. Until that arithmetic flips, informality will persist not because Moroccans dislike rules, but because the rules, as written, can price them out of survival. This is why the informal economy and the small business credit gap are two faces of one problem, treated next. 7. The capital gap, SME and small business financing. Morocco's banking system is by regional standards relatively developed. A concentrated group of large banks, a capital market of modest depth, and a state presence in strategic credit. The paradox is that this relatively sophisticated system coexists with a financing gap that bites precisely the firms that employ most people, the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The gap has a familiar shape. A small firm without audited accounts, without formal property to pledge as collateral, and without a long credit history is a poor fit for a balance sheet lender whose default response is to ask for a guarantee. Interest rates that are tolerable for a large exporter are punishing for a thin-margin workshop. And the informal firm, the majority of the previous section, cannot borrow formally at all, because it does not officially exist. The result is a two-speed credit market, cheap and abundant for the few who already qualify, scarce and costly for the many who most need it. The state has built instruments to bridge the gap. A public guarantee mechanism, the case central to guarantee, backs a share of SME loans so that banks will lend where they otherwise would not. A dedicated entrepreneurship push, the Intelaka initiative launched in 2020, was designed to channel youth and small businesses toward financing and support. Microfinance institutions serve the smallest borrowers with small, often group-based loans that the banks will not touch. These are real and they matter, but they do not close the gap, for three reasons. First, guarantees lower the bank's risk without raising the borrower's profitability. The underlying project still has to cash flow. Second, the equity gap is deeper than the debt gap. Morocco's venture and growth capital is shallow, so a promising firm can be too small for the stock market and too risky for the bank, and fall through the middle. Third, the women entrepreneur segment, where much of the unused energy sits, from the Argan cooperatives of the South to the craft and tech microfirms, faces the extra friction of weaker collateral and thinner networks. The 2030 risk here is subtle. A state pouring investment into stadiums, rails, and ports naturally directs capital toward the large, visible, anchor projects. The SME backbone, the firm that hires 5, the workshop that hires 20, is less photogenic and easier to forget. Yet it is the SME sector that turns a growth number into employment on a street you can walk. If the 2030 surge lifts large firms and leaves the small business credit gap untouched, the transformation will look impressive from the highway and feel absent from the quarter. The financing gap is, in the end, the employment gap by another name. 8. Regional profiles, 6 economies beyond the growth POLES. SOUS Massa anchored by Agadir on the Atlantic. South Massa is one of the country's most productive and best balanced regional economies. A horticultural and citrus heartland, the global home of the Argan Grove, a fishing and canning base, and a mature sun and surf tourism industry that reaches from Agadir's resorts to the surf villages of Taghazout. Its challenge is concentration and exposure. The region's wealth leans on European charter demand and on water-intensive high-value crops in a country entering its 7th straight drought year. The task for South Massa is to pair its coast and its famously fertile hinterland so that tourism and agriculture reinforce rather than drain each other, and to manage water as the binding constraint on both. The Oriental region, the Northeast, Oujda, Birkin, Nador, and the borderlands, is agriculturally rich citrus, olives, and mineral endowed, but it has long sat at a distance from the Casablanca, Tangier growth axis. Its defining geographic fact is the closed border with Algeria, shut since the mid-1990s, which severs the most natural overland trade route and strands the region on the wrong side of the country's own connectivity. The Oriental's challenge is isolation compounded by marginalization, lower investment, higher outmigration of the young, and a persistent sense of being the periphery of a coastal kingdom. Catch-up planning has targeted it for years. The test is whether ports like Nador and a genuine integration with the Eastern Mediterranean can convert geography from a sentence into an asset. Diyarbakir, the southeast, Ouarzazate, Zagora, Erchidia, Tanger, is the desert and oasis economy. Date palms, fragile irrigated valleys along the Draa and Ziz, the Great North Solar Complex at Ouarzazate, and a film and desert tourism that draws visitors from the world over. Its challenge is the harshest water stress in the country. Dam-dependent agriculture and oasis life sit on the front line of the drought, and desertification is not a future risk here but a present pressure. The region must live the national climate paradox most acutely. It hosts the clean energy showcase while its own farms thirst. Resilience, not scale, is the development question. Fesmeknes, the interior heartland, pairs a World Heritage Medina, Fez, with its leather, metalwork, and the oldest continuing university tradition, with the cereal, olive, and vine plains of the Sais and beyond, and with a real textile, leather, and artisanal industrial base. Its challenge is the classic heritage versus modernity tension multiplied by informality. A vast informal craft economy that is culturally precious yet hard to scale, youth unemployment in a city that exports graduates more than it employs them, and an industrial base that must modernize without smothering the very craft that is its brand. Connectivity to the growth poles is the lever. The Medina's living workshops are the asset to protect. Beni Mellow Canifera straddling the central atlas, this region blends mountain and plain, olive and citrus groves, cereal lands, and a mineral endowment that sits within the country's broader mining geography, around Beni Mellul and Canifera. Its challenge is the mountain itself, fragmented communities, harder infrastructure, and a development gradient that falls off sharply as the road climbs. Water and rural roads are the binding constraints. The region's quiet role is to be the food and mineral hinge between the fertile center and the south, a role that pays little in visibility but much in stability. Lyon-Sakia EL-HAMRA, the southern Atlantic region, Lyon, Boujder, Smara, Tarfia, rests on two extractive pillars: phosphate from Bukra, carried to the coast on what is among the world's longest conveyor belts, and a substantial fishing and canning activity at Lyon and Boujder. It also holds exceptional wind and solar profiles. Its challenge is the twin weight of politics and dependence. The dispute over the South shapes every investment decision and every outsider's reading of the region, and the economy leans heavily on extraction and fishing rather than on a diversified private base. The development task is inclusive by necessity, to convert state and phosphate investment into broad local employment, and to build a civilian economy that outlasts any single project. 9. What could go wrong? The risk chapter. Every transformation film owes the viewer the downside. Not as pessimism, but as honesty. The 2030 wager is a bet on convergence, that a generation of investment, stability, and proximity to Europe compounds into shared prosperity. Convergence is not guaranteed. 6 fault lines deserve a straight look. 9A. Debt sustainability. The infrastructure pipeline the country is running is large. The IMF cites an infrastructure program of roughly mad $190 billion, about 11.9% of 2024 GDP. That is the visible tip. Morocco has, like many mid-income countries, leaned on borrowing domestic and external, including Eurobond issuance, to finance its ambition. The risks are structural. A share of the debt is denominated in foreign currency, which means a weakening dirham raises the real cost of repayment. Global interest rates, after a long cheap money era, reset higher and can stay there. And the fiscal compensations that shield households from energy and food price shocks, a genuine social achievement, are themselves a recurring weight on the budget. The stress case is not a drama of default. It is a quieter squeeze in which debt service crowds out the social and productivity spending that the transformation actually requires, and in which the ratings agency's mood constrains how fast the country can borrow for the next necessary thing. Sustainability is a matter of pace. Borrowed well and grown into, the debt is a bridge. Borrowed ahead of the growth that services it, it is an anchor. 9B. External shock exposure. Morocco imports most of its energy and a large share of its cereals, sells much of its exports and its tourism to Europe, and moves its goods by sea. That configuration is 3 open windows onto the world's volatility. An energy price spike. The kind the last few years taught every importer, widens the trade bill and forces the state to compensate households or watch real incomes fall. A freight shock, whether from a blocked strait or a Red Sea diversion, lengthens every supply chain and raises every landed cost. A European demand slowdown, and Europe is the single largest trade partner, lands directly on automotive, aerospace, textile, and tourism orders at once. The country's whole 2030 case rests on external cheapish energy, open freight, and a European customer still spending. A world that delivers the opposite would test every buffer at the same time and would reveal how much of the Morocco story is really a Europe's stable story in disguise. 9c. Climate shocks. Available water per person fell from about 2,560 cubic meters in 1960 to about 620 in 2020, and the country emerged from a seventh consecutive drought year in January 2026. This is the slow emergency beneath the fast one. Agriculture remains rainfall exposed for staples. Dams are the arithmetic of the whole rural economy, and the cities the World Cup will fill are summer hot places hosting a summer tournament. The climate risk is not only the farm. It is the dam level that decides whether industry has power, the heat that decides whether a stadium fills or a tourist rebooks, the desertification that presses on the very oasis regions the South depends on. A 2030 held in a drought or a heat extreme would be a live demonstration that the transformation and the climate crisis are running on the same clock, and that the clean energy bet is not a bonus but a necessity. 9d. Political instability. RISK's youth unemployment aged 15-24 was about 37.2%, and female participation in the labor force, at about 18.1% in mid-2026, remains strikingly low. Morocco's political stability is a real asset and a real achievement. The monarchy has held the system together across shocks that broke neighbors. But stability is not the same as satisfaction. A large, educated, unemployed young cohort and a half-engaged female workforce are stored pressure. The social contract, subsidized basics, visible development, monarchical legitimacy, has held. It is tested when prices outrun wages or when the promised jobs do not arrive. And there is the southern question. The dispute over the Sahara is a matter of national consensus at home and a source of regional tension abroad, and any settlement or escalation abroad reverberates domestically. The risk is not revolution. It is the slower erosion of the bargain. A young population that concludes the transformation is for someone else. 9e. Brain drain persistence. Morocco has a large diaspora, the MRE, Moroccans resident abroad, and a long habit of its best train leaving for Europe, the Gulf, or North America. The cruel arithmetic is that the country pays to educate an engineer and then exports the engineer, compounding the very skill shortage its factories complain of. The offshoring and automotive clusters are a retention strategy, as noted, but they compete with labor markets that simply pay more. With roughly 1 in 3 of the young aged 15-29 neither in employment, education, nor training, the trap is double. The unskilled cannot leave, and the skilled will not stay. If 2030 builds plants that must be staffed by expatriates because the locals emigrated, the transformation will have erected the hardware of a modern economy on the software of someone else's workforce. The diaspora is also an asset: remittances, know-how, returnee capital, but only if the home economy gives the skilled a reason to return. 9f. The risk that 2030 becomes a dead end. This is the master risk, and it deserves the last word. Event-led development has a well-known failure mode. A country builds glorious stadiums and airports for a date. The date passes, the cameras leave, and the assets become maintenance liabilities while the underlying economy is unchanged. Portugal, a co-host neighbor, lived this lesson and is routinely cited as the cautionary tale of a tournament that inflated expectations and then deflated them. The Moroccan version of the trap would run like this. The world arrives, applauds the rails and the pitches, and then discovers that the deeper machines, the education system that produces job-ready graduates, the labor rules that let firms hire, the productivity that lets a factory compete without a subsidy, the formalization that turns a vendor into a taxpayer, were not rebuilt while the concrete was poured. The dead end is not stadiums left empty. It is a country that mistook the spotlight for the strategy. The antidote is in the film's other chapters. Use the 2030 deadline to force the structural reforms that would be politically hard without it, and let the event be the lever for the decade, not the substitute for it. 10 vignettes, illustrative composite sketches. 10A, the small businessman in Fez, illustrative composite sketch. He runs a leather workshop 3 lanes deep in the Fez Medina, where the dye pits have smelled the same for 6 centuries, and the tourists now arrive by the coachload. He employs 6 men who cut, stitch, and tool the poofs and bags that end up in European boutiques with someone else's label. His problem is not demand. It is the latter. To scale, he needs a line of credit he cannot get without collateral he does not have, a formal registration that would cost him the flexibility that keeps him alive, and a direct export channel he lacks the network to open. He watches the large Tanger free zone firms win the contracts he could fill, and he knows the 2030 tourist surge will swell the Medina without necessarily swelling his margin. He is the SME credit gap and the formalization dilemma in one person, proof that the transformation to reach him has to solve for the small before it celebrates the large. 10B, the nurse in the South, illustrative composite sketch. She works the public hospital in a southern city where the phosphate conveyor and the fishing boats define the skyline. Her ward runs on a budget that never quite stretches. She covers shifts a richer system would split 3 ways, and she has learned to ration not care but time. The drought is not abstract to her. It is the farmer's wife admitted dehydrated, the infant whose village well ran low, the heat that fills the emergency room in summer. She is considering the Gulf, where a nurse with her training earns multiples of her salary, and the only thing holding her is the family she would leave. She is the climate shock and the brain drain made flesh, the trained Moroccan the country paid to make and is deciding, quietly, whether to keep. 10C, the student in OUJDA, illustrative composite sketch. He is at the university in the Northeast, in a region that borders a country it cannot cross. His degree will be real, the local job for it is not. He measures his future in visas, to Casablanca for an interview, to Europe if one comes through, never east because the Algerian border is closed. He follows the 2030 news with a mixture of pride and distance. The stadiums are 1,000 kilometers away, and the nearest growth pole feels further than that. He is the Oriental region's isolation and the youth unemployment number in one life, talented, mobile in ambition, stuck in geography, and the exact person the catch-up plans are written for and so often fail to reach in time. 10D, the returnee entrepreneur, illustrative composite sketch. She spent a decade in the diaspora, an engineer in Lyon, and came back with savings, a foreign client list, and a conviction that the nearshore moment was real. She opened a small software and design service in Casablanca, hiring the French and Arabic-speaking graduates the offshoring sector needs, and she treats the digital Morocco 2030 target as a business plan rather than a slogan. Her friction is familiar, finding formal talent she can afford, navigating a procurement system built for giants, and proving to a cautious local bank that a services firm with no factory is still an asset. She is the diaspora as dividend, the skilled Moroccan who returned because the home economy finally offered a reason. Whether 1,000 like her return is the real test of whether 2030 builds a workforce or borrows one. Epilogue: the question beneath the tournament. Step back from the sectors, the regions, and the risks, and one question sits under all of them. The 2030 tournaments will happen, the stadiums will stand, the trains will run. The harder thing is whether the country that hosts them is, by 2035, employing its young, watering its fields, and paying its debts from a broader base than the one it is now. The flagship sectors, cars, aerospace, phosphates, tourism, are real and they are working. The non-flagship economy, the farm, the boat, the cutting table, the small firm, the southern region, is where the verdict will actually be rendered. The dossier offers grounds for hope, growth running near 4.9% in 2025, with the World Bank seeing around 4.2% and the IMF around 4.4% into 2026, and World Bank modeling of up to 1.7 million additional jobs by 2035 as a potential, not a promise. It also offers the cautions above. The documentary's honesty is to hold both, and to leave the viewer not with a prediction but with a verdict to render year by year, region by region, face by face. Chapter 42, 3 scenarios. Disciplined what-ifs. As we move from reporting toward scenario analysis, one rule governs. Scenarios are not predictions. They are disciplined what-ifs, built from the evidence gathered, used to clarify choices rather than to forecast the future. Scenario 1, the breakthrough. In this plausible future, Morocco's investments reinforce one another. Industrial upgrading deepens. Automotive and aerospace move up the value chain, local integration rises, and more Moroccan-owned firms emerge. Education reform closes the skills gap. Infrastructure becomes a platform for productivity rather than a list of trophies. Renewables and digital compound. African integration and the European connection both pay off, and the diaspora becomes a stronger channel for capital and knowledge. Here the World Bank's modeled estimate that a strong reform package could generate up to 1.7 million additional jobs by 2035 relative to baseline becomes less a dream and more a direction. That figure is modeled potential, not a forecast or a promise. It shows the scale of gain theoretically available if reforms land. The breakthrough is the compound interest of many correct choices made consistently. Scenario 2, the two-speed Morocco. Infrastructure and selected industries advance, but opportunity remains uneven. The corridors boom, the interior lags, exports grow, household purchasing power lags, stadiums rise, youth unemployment persists. The two-speed country, the official discourse warned against, becomes partly real. This is not catastrophe, it is partial success, impressive in aggregate and frustrating in distribution. Many countries live here for decades. The risk is that the gap hardens and the young conclude the transformation was not built for them. A two-speed Morocco is stable enough to function and unstable enough to waste its own potential. Scenario 3, the next leap. Morocco combines infrastructure, human capital, technology, diaspora, industry, renewable energy, and entrepreneurship into a self-reinforcing cycle. It does not merely host factories and events. It owns capabilities. Made in Morocco becomes built by Moroccan companies. Diaspora knowledge converts into startups. Green energy becomes genuine advantage, not just announced projects. Regional inclusion improves because gains are deliberately spread. This is the most ambitious and hardest scenario. It requires the things hardest to build: institutions, trust, skills, and the patience to let compound gains accumulate. The next leap is not a single project. It is a decade of disciplined execution. Chapter 43, Morocco 2040. The choice is still open. What might Morocco look like 10 years after 2030? We do not pretend to know, but an evidence-based discussion is possible. If the breakthrough or next leap scenario dominates, Morocco in 2040 could be a genuinely middle-income economy with a diversified industrial base, a much larger digital sector, significantly higher female participation, and more balanced territorial development. Its cities would be connected by high-speed rail extended beyond the initial corridors. Its renewable capacity would be large, and its water strategy, desalination plus demand management, would have been tested by climate volatility. If the two-speed scenario dominates, 2040 looks more strained. Impressive headline infrastructure, persistent inequality, and a youth only partially integrated into the economy. The stadiums of 2030 would be a memory. The question of who benefited would remain unanswered. The point of imagining 2040 is not prediction. It is to make clear that the choices made in the 2020s and 2030s are still open and still consequential. The Morocco of 2040 is being negotiated in today's policy choices, in how many girls finish school, in how many factories train engineers, in how honestly the water question is faced, and in whether the institutions earn the trust of the young. The future is not a place Morocco is traveling to. It is a thing Morocco is building, decision by decision. Chapter 44, Morocco 2050. The real question now. The film gradually moves away from the measurable GDP, ports, stadiums, rankings, construction statistics, and back to people. The real subject was never the infrastructure. It was whether Morocco can convert physical transformation into human opportunity. A country's greatest long-term strength is not simply its ports, railways, factories, stadiums, natural resources, sun, or geography. Its greatest long-term strength is what its people are able to do with those assets. The world may come to Morocco in 2030 to watch football, and it may leave impressed by what Morocco has built. But history will judge something more important, what Moroccans built with the opportunity they were given. 2030 is coming. The real story begins the morning after. End of expanded manuscript. PARTS III V plus final, ch. 1844 ==